Hello, hello, Imaginary Villain here, and it's time to get down to some game dev. So recently I made a whole lot of extra graphics to play with. So today is going to be all about pretty much using those graphics. I mean, I also added in some other characters last time that were going to be used for quests and the like. And I pretty much have a flow for where it's all going to go for purposes of the prototype. I made the first map area. I still need to make an actual explanation level, like a tutorial level, I guess, or maybe just a level where there's no enemies, so they just run around and grab things and give them an idea on what to do. I do still need some sort of leveling system or something. I'm not sure what to do on those. Like maybe I just maybe they don't level and it's just you unlock them. I don't know. I did kind of consider it being more Zelda-like, where you didn't have as much of a cost on certain things. They were just kind of free, but then you had costs on others. I'm still mixed on that. Just because I realize that balancing for all these levels doesn't seem that great, and I'd rather it be more about collections. But anyway, one of the things I noticed was that the scope of things is just so wrong. Like, everything is, well, I mean, I guess I'll just show you what I'm talking about. So we started the first area. Whenever it loads it. Impatient me, you can't even wait like 15 seconds. And the box she's supposed to fall into is yay big. Okay, that's fair. Then why is the, ceiling so close? Like, I mean, these boards seem like they're pretty... Like, there's a light hanging from here and everything. Like, what's up with that? Also, why can't she move? There you go. That's weird. Huh. Well, that's something neat to look into. And then fix out the layer real quick. You see this table here, this table is really short. I mean, all these things are like tiny. Why is this box so big? And then, I mean, because she's supposed to be small enough to hide in the box. Maybe I might shrink the box a little, but probably not much. So it makes sense that these paintings are about like this big. That's fair. I mean, these paintings usually, 2-3 feet tall. So, yeah, that makes sense. But I forgot to link this in the chat room. But I'm just trying to make her probably smaller than about a foot. So she's like significantly smaller, I think, than a Barbie doll. I was going to make her only a few inches smaller, than maybe like 80% the size of a Barbie doll. But Barbie dolls are really tall. Like, really tall. And I like her better as just kind of a small little doll. So I'm thinking that's the plan. So I redid some of these things. I'm going to be hanging the lights again. Only this time I'm going to get rid of these boards here. And I'm going to do it in multiple layers. So this way the this way I can have more of a cool layering effect, I think. And have the lights, in front of her that are hanging down, and also have the lights be an event that emits light, as opposed to now where I'm just trying to put an event nearby it that emits light, because they're not actually an event, they're just part of the scenery. This is probably okay, because this is the side of a tub, and her being smaller than a tub makes sense. That's fair. I'm definitely trying to get the perspective. I want her to be, really tiny. This is a lot easier to do in UE. This is much harder to do in this. Yeah, I think that's part of the plan today, is just sit there and take some of these images that I've been rendering and really just make it more accurate to size. While I'm at it, let me get the link for those people so they can join. And then got that. Okay, so I need to fix the background graphics here. So I think job one is we're just going to fix graphics. So let's go to, let's drag this onto things so people can see what I'm doing. 2 monitors is a wonderful thing, but can't really use 2 for streaming. I wish I could. Of course, I need a 3rd monitor, so there's that problem. What did I call them? I think it was like Story Wall or something. I'm just going to put Story Wall in the back of every single one of them, I think. So all these other ones are irrelevant. I'll have to redo this one here for the puzzle thing, but that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. This one here. So honestly, this actually, oh, does it work? I mean, they have weird seams right there. I don't like the seams, so I probably need to do something about that. All right, so where did I put the wall? Oh, it's actually right here. Oh, it actually rendered the bottom of the wall. Well, that's not very handy. I don't need the bottom. I'm just scaling up the size of everything. I really want to give it that whole tiny feel. I want them to feel like they're a doll. Actually, that didn't land at that bad of a spot, to be honest, though. I'm probably gonna... Everything's already set up to be about the same... Oh, to work around this height here. So it's probably just gonna be that. Nothing special. And then on the back of every single one, it's just gonna be story wall. And then I'll have load the painting things, and then I'll do separate events for the lights. Instead of having weird hanging feet and everything, because that just seems bizarre. Like, I know they're doll feet or like hanging hands and stuff, but that doesn't seem that great. And then I need to fix this picture frame too. Okay, how big do I want it to be? I mean, probably pretty big. Actually, I'm going to scale it to around the size of this one. It's already pretty scaled to around that size, isn't it? How handy. Not entirely scaled to the size though. Let's get the corners to match and I'll just scale it till it fits. Because I already scaled all the stuff inside of them to that, so I don't really want to rescale everything else. If I can avoid it. Like, I'll do it if I have no choice, but... Which this mouse is more sensitive. For an art person, this mouse can be kind of a crime, but whatever. Alright. It just doesn't do the fine few pixels that I want it to do half the time. Kind of jerks around a bit a little. Mostly just because it kind of drags on the mat. Or a bit like that. Yeah. Oh, undo deselect. We're going to do a little trick here. Because I removed that from there at that size, the picture frame needs to have a fake glass on it. So for a fake glass, let's create a new layer. There we go. We paint it like this. And then what I'm going to do is... Actually, I don't do anything special on this one. I can just change the opacity a little bit. I kind of just want to slide it. I don't really want to enter the number. Thanks, app. Right about like that. Actually, I guess let's call it painting frame, I guess. In case I, for some reason, want to keep the other. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but you never know. Could come in handy. So that one's fixed. I can code that in right now. I'm going to just make all of them do this. That's the portal. I think I just want to have them all add the story wall thing, and then they're just all going to have a curiosity, and the curiosity is the thing that goes in front of it. And maybe I'll have two of them. I set up this thing so I could recycle the code, so that if you got too close or too far from something, you could just run this code, and because it gave it a self variable here, these ones here, it knows what to do when it goes into these events. The story sections runs both. Well, actually, I want to copy this out here. I think I'm just going to change that. It involved changing about, I think, 5 or 6 events to do this, but I kind of signed up for that when I planned to do it this way. I guess I already had the wall set up in this. I really would just figure I want to add another curiosity, right? Because they can all just say story wall. It's kind of weird to not just put the story wall code here then if I'm going to do that, though. Most of the regular ones, if they don't have anything in the photo, could just have a singular curiosity. But actually, if they don't have a photo at all, they would do that. Otherwise, this next curiosity will almost certainly be the photo. But this is just a wall, right? Like, I don't need anything extra on this one. Yeah, map 0, this is just a wall. I might add something in front of it, though. I just don't know what. It would kind of crowd everything if it did. So maybe I just leave this one as it is, and it's this next one that I work on. That doesn't even have the lights or anything. It's this one that would have all the lights and everything. This is just going to be story wall, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's what's going to happen. I guess rather than having different self-variable, well, not everyone was going to want this wall, though, right? Because there's a wall where I'm going to want a hole in the wall for purposes of showing particles behind it. This is... Oh, hey, first name, last name. 1 hour of sunlight remaining. I'm envious. It's just after midnight here. But see when you get back from watering the plants. But then I should have this system all set up, I guess. I'm just debating on the best way to do it. I think it just comes down to another curiosity. Yeah. Alright, so... This is actually a really easy addition here. We'll just have curiosity 2. Z. And then I'll just delete the P emitter curiosity 2. I don't think I'm going to need any more than 3 layers on each of the parallaxes. Probably. I can always make a curiosity 3 if that's the case. It's already set up to the right area, so it should put pretty much center on the screen. I might have to do some adjusting, but I'll just try to make everything the same size so I don't have to adjust and I can just recycle the code like I'm doing for this. Story 1 doesn't need it. It's story 2 that needs these. Oh wait, I got to make the graphic for that. Do I need to make a separate graphic? I guess I could just make it a layered thing here. Where did you go? Actually, rather than do this the complicated way, I'm going to do it the really easy way where I just remove a couple layers. Oh, I guess I didn't delete that. That's fine. It's probably on the top layer here, isn't it? Where, oh, where? Oh, I don't need that. That's fair. And then... this is entirely for one specific area, and I'm probably not even going to have it. It's actually going to get replaced by being able to just assemble it. Like you'll get the puzzle pieces, and all we'll do is I'm just going to cover the puzzle, actually cover the picture with these black puzzle pieces here. And every time you get one, it's just going to delete that one and put the other one. If you have the, it's going to check an array for it, and if you have the one in the array, it'll just show it. But for purposes of actually figuring out what it is I plan on doing, I'm just making a quick down and dirty placeholder. Say puzzle overlay. Because I'm going to need to make an actual thing that gets the basically relative position from where it's at and then positions them all in a grid pattern, which will take a moment probably. It'll also probably require some memory management to make it actually work with RM. The other stuff I'm doing. That should be all I need for that. Pumpkin house. Oh, never mind. This is we'll call this the puzzle painting. It's going to be an explanation of what's going on. I don't need this weird story switch or anything. That's a system that I got rid of. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I'm going to copy this one over there. I had a code set in there so that the character walking through the paintings could actually find where she was at in relation to the center of the painting and then be able to talk to the player only if she could see you through the painting, which is actually just a distance calculation, but it worked pretty well actually. Otherwise she was talking to people through the walls. It was kind of creepy and weird. So the first curiosity for her is going to be, what do I call this? Story painting frame. And then the next one, puzzle overlay. And I'll leave the system for if you've managed to unlock something or a way to change it based upon the switch later. I don't need it for now. That one's at -9. In this case, curiosity 2 has to be at 8. got to be one over, so it's sitting on top of it. Which reminds me, this needs to say curiosity too. All right. And then I already have remove setup just fine. I don't need this story thing on. And it'll just fail to do this if it doesn't have one, so it won't really break anything. That's really all I need. There's still switch A turning on here? No, okay. Story sections governs switching self-switch A for all of them. I mean, why put extra commands if I can just recycle? It seems to be the best way to do it from what I can tell. Eventually the system might get pushed to a plugin so it's even more efficient, but usually the first version of anything I make is in the actual engine, and then when I figure out what I want to do, I put it into a plugin. Alright, so first of all, I need to position the other one down a bit. Both of them, actually. Well, don't I want the paintings on the ground? I mean, I guess I kind of want them set on the ground because nobody hangs their painting like, you know, a handful of inches from the ground like that. Like, that would be stupid. That's way too low to hang a painting. And also, who hangs it in, you know, a bunch of bricks? It's not going to happen. So it just needs to move down. In this case, I'll move it down a lot and see where it goes. I'll fetch turn number lock back on my keypad. Without arrow keys, do not input the right numbers. Anything that. This is just an arbitrary guess of where it needs to be. Once I have it positioned just once, it'll be perfectly fine for everything. But the unfortunate problem with parallaxing with pixels like this is I can't really see it in advance, so I just have to test it. Actually, that's not too bad, though. It's obviously set much higher than her for some reason. Which I don't know why I've done that, but yeah, I think that height's pretty good because when you push it farther back, it'll look like it's sitting on top of the ground. Pretty much like this one. Only this is one solid image and this is, well, not. Well, okay, the picture frame wasn't. And all of them are governed by that same thing there. So moving this one down, move that down, but eventually they're all going to be separate so I can do a lot more with them. Alright, so for some reason, I probably just never set curiosity to Z, didn't I? Or I spelt it weird. Let's double check. Could be either or. Let's just delete. It didn't change the actual spelling, so that seems like it would be fine. Setting it to -8 should still be much slower than the player. I'm not randomly skipping it, am I? Oh, I am. Listen, you know, the more complex and better I get at coding, the more I make the dumbest mistakes. It doesn't even occur to me to think of something so obvious. I immediately go to the, did I mess this up or this thing? Instead of, oh look, maybe I just had skip on because I was testing something at one point and just never got around to, removing the test. It happens. Fine. Oh. Yeah, that's fine and dandy if I'm going to do that. But here's the thing that I do need to do if I'm going to do that. I got to set the Z for the wall farther back. It's actually behind things. It wasn't really a problem previously. But in this case, it does matter. It'll mess everything else up temporarily, but once they all adopt the new system and the better graphics, it'll look good. Also, being able to go behind those lights will be amazing. Oh, that's right. I'm going to have to adjust her Z for that matter, too. Yeah, this painting is now in front of that. That's fair. But more importantly, this one's good. Okay. Originally planned everything being around 0. The problem is, though, is the player is at 2. I guess I could adjust where the player's at. Wait a minute. Let's put her at -10. And then I'm going to put the back wall at -11. This means I'll be able to have a lot of things arrayed in front of it to get more complex scenes without it interfering with the player. I could actually move the player too. The player doesn't have to be at 2. But then I got to move the Effexor particles as well. So I changed those so they would think they were. I think they're at 0 as well. Can you run behind this? Okay, good. But she should be behind that, and then. Wait a minute. There needs to be a special background wall. I forgot the way the illusion works here is actually that she needs to be behind everything. It's just that the original one of these paintings actually had, I just had cut out the hole in the wall. All right, fair enough, fair enough. We can make dreams come true on that one too. Let's turn this background back on, shall we? And then I'm going to grab the story wall here. Actually, I didn't really need that background, but that's okay. Let's do this. And now with that same thing in just the right location, I don't need this. Oh. Let me go ahead and merge this real quick. Sure. It is a KRA file, so it keeps all the layers. Alright, well, nope to that. Yep to that. Alright, everything in the right place? Boom, perfect. Sure, I could put the picture directly on the wall, but nah. Nah. And this is why it was good to not make the same wall used for all of them. I'll just put story painting wall. And then we go into here. Oh, that's the wrong. Oh, that's the right one. It says, call this puzzle painting. Story painting wall. Let's do a quick swap here. You get to be at -10. And you can live it up at -11. That is the beautiful thing about having my own animation system. I get to change the Z they're at. But you can actually set an animation system up using just the pixie particles. I'll probably make a tutorial for that too, but it's pretty involved. But one of the earliest animation systems I did for RM was actually using pixie particles. I had a character running around pretty fast too, so I was using it as the to have like after images after to make her look like she was going faster. So it was pretty cool. Okay, well, clearly things need to be moved over some. That's fine. We're getting closer to what it's supposed to be. I'm also going to have to trim these paintings to be significantly more in line with this size than those. Like, they'll have to be smaller. But that's perfectly fine because that's just memory management. Right now they're huge. But because they were only showing through the wall, it didn't really matter. Technically, I could show those through the wall too and put them behind there, which actually wouldn't even be a bad idea. But I still got to move the frame over the hole. Well, let's do this here. Well, this is at that, so I guess I can make them -124 as well. Or I could just push this over 100. That would also work. Oh, hi, Anthony. How's it going? I'm just doing some parallaxing here. Fixing some graphics. Oh, that's nice. Glad to hear it. Oh, that's perfect. Exactly what I was looking for. Making it so the... Basically doing a better layering system than this other one that I was using. So what are you working on, Anthony? Any kind of cool game in the works? What do we use for this picture here? Oh, we use the mansion. The mansion's a perfectly good one. I need to get the right size for this. Basically the size of the puzzle overlay. I could just copy that and put it in there anyway, right? I don't need this. Or I could just push it all the way in the back. I'm just going to push it all the way in the back. Yeah, it's way better. I've got to resize anything at that point. Yeah. Yeah, that's genius. We'll do that. I need the character to be able to run around behind it. So, did I not get the name? Actually, run around in front of it, but being behind the picture frame and basically between the wall and the painting, so it looks like she's in the painting. So this one is going to have to be probably just -12 is fine. Give this a test. Yeah. Get more onto the actual screen. I really need to adjust it so that particle changes its height based upon which direction she's going. Perfect. I don't like that there's a slight pixel issue occasionally between them, but it doesn't always stay there, so I'm not 100% certain what I'm going to do about that. Because when I walk back, it often is gone. Yeah, see, it's gone there. It must just be off by a pixel or two at some point. Oh, this has got to go up higher. Also, I need the painting frame for that matter, too. Oh. That's interesting, though. I thought the story painting frame would have just carried over. I don't understand why it's not there. That 9 story painting wall. And the walls are all at -11. -10, I guess. Oh, I guess it's fair. In this case, I think -42 is what it originally was. And I set this curiosity at... Well, it should still be above the wall, right? Story painting frame. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. The painting disappeared. That one did too. That's odd. Unless I set them all to do the same graphic size, which seems like a real pain. I probably need to have these be a settable variable. Yeah. Probably gonna want to leave that there temporarily to memorize what I need, but yeah. That's gonna be a pain. Do this. Oh, this is 2. I got the 2 on here. These I can copy and paste a bunch so I can get away with that. All right. I guess that person got upset and left. They deleted their comments. Fair enough. Well, if you wander back, come back, and if not, hopefully you find whatever you're looking for. So in this case, I think the wall can stay where it is. I don't care about that. Yeah, that one's for the first thing here. -24. Y 100. And I guess this is fine. Let's do that. And the number I need for number 2 was what? Minus 2442. Yep. And now I can just add these to here, except I don't need this. Add these to the other one. And then make a quick change, and it should make them all visually work, I should say. And then from this point on, as long as I give them all these self variables, I can call the same comment event and then add and remove based on distance. So I don't got to run all that code too. It is getting a little more complicated with each time I add more things, but that's pretty much how it goes with parallaxing. It can get a little challenging. When it comes to all the other stuff that's in the front of it, I'm not going to do that at all. I just have regular events that do that, though I might actually find a way to fold them into the same type of system. Or just make a special one just for them. Kind of like the photos are vanishing. That's weird. Or the photo frame. It shouldn't be. And yet it is. Game Interpreter. What we got going on, Game Interpreter? Curiosity 2x is not defined. What's this, you say? That seems like I mistyped something somewhere. Sounds about right. Sounds a lot like pretty much normal. Wait, curiosity X is not defined? It looks defined. But maybe it's not. Oh. Yeah, it's not defined. And because what it's looking for is a string. That's the name of that self variable. So in reality, I needed to do that. I'd say the more complicated the coding gets, the more I make the little dumb errors and don't even think about it. It's like, oh yeah. I guess that is something that matters. Little syntax errors. Fair enough. I should change this music. I have so many tracks I'm supposed to listen to, and I just haven't done it yet. They're all for these humble bundles I've been buying. I have like 2 of them, and a lot of music in them. I mean, just a lot. I really need to go through and just delete the ones that I don't want, because I can always get it back from Humble Bundle if I'm actually going to do that. But if it's not going to go in a current project I'm doing, I don't need it. It's really very simple. I just don't need it. Check back in on it. All right. Once again, it is erasing the photo. It also has a Z that appears behind it. That's strange. He's doing okay. The photo behind her works okay. It's just the frame that's messing up. Then it came back. It should just be do this remove. I want to go to the end. We'll do it like 48 or something. We'll just see if that makes a difference. I can almost push that to the code too, for that matter. Make the events even simpler so that each time I don't have to make changes like that. Because if I have to make changes to those, it becomes annoying because there's so many of them that have to be changed. But otherwise, I can just make changes to the one thing of code, which might be what I do. I should make it have to go farther. Is there an error message that's coming up here? Because why does it vanish when it's... Like, they're all relying on the same code. Why does that one vanish and not the others? I mean, it obviously works the first part of the code. It's the second code that's triggering here. I'm assuming the event's probably about somewhere in this general vicinity that it's working off of. Why does it remove that one and not every other thing? It's supposed to remove the wall and the other thing at the same time. It's only happening with the painting. I don't believe it's the I don't believe it's the distance that's the problem. After all, like I say, if it happened on one, it would happen on everything, so it doesn't make any sense for that to be the cause. Do this, remove. That's curiosity 1, so it should be at -9. I mean, I guess in theory it could actually be much farther forward. It wouldn't even matter. Let's say it's at we'll just say that's at 0. I'm curious what will happen. Is it somehow shifting behind it? I'm about to put a bunch of console commands in here and start trying to figure out exactly what's doing it, but before we get that, there's always glitches in new systems, which is it's really actually just an upgraded version of the old system, but yeah, it's just doing it anyway. It gets near the thing there. Okay, well, the next thing to check is to see if it's actually removing it or if it's just doing some error. Console.log. Oh, also made the same mistake. I mean, in theory, if this is for some reason a real problem, I can, I guess, do it a different way. All right, what did it say? Undefined remove. Oh, I know why it says undefined, but it also triggered removed anyway, so we know for a fact that it triggered removed, but why did it only remove one thing? Also, this is a common event, not the actual event. So I have to call it that. So it actually knows what to get it as, and then it should give me the real one there. Remove shouldn't trigger. That's so bizarre. Well, it should trigger for everything, or not at all. We're going to do a bunch of console logs here so I get an idea of what's going on. But I'm going to run the distance calculation. In the console command so I get an idea of what it's saying. This is a really weird set of music. I have so many tracks to go through. There's such weird music in there. Everything from Pirates to whatever this is. To whatever this is. That's weird. The console command did not trigger. We did there though. But it's going to trigger it from the far one anyway. Not the one closest to me here. I put that code in the, which one? Oops. What's the puzzle painting? That's the first one. With anything on it. So that's the only one that would trigger the true thing there. So it triggered it just fine. Right? Yeah, because the true distance thing and the too far are both from only in that one event. It wouldn't trigger on the others. And then yeah, it's like it's just glitching. Can I only have so many pictures on it? That can't be right, because I know on this event right here, she has 3 different particles, and it works just fine. And it's literally copy and pasted code, so it's possible one is overwriting the other. Let me see if it's some sort of issue with one just somehow overwriting another. I may just redo how the graphics are done if that's the case. They shouldn't be overwriting though. I know you can do more than one on a thing. I could just put another event right by it that's just the wall too, and just have 2 of them. It's still doing that. Okay. It's not deleting it though. Also, for some reason, that's not starting. Okay. That was weird. For some reason, just wasn't loading it. I'm gonna do some things like close out a few programs I was working on earlier. Sometimes RM doesn't quite close itself correctly. The editor has some problems. I have to go along and successfully close it. At least these Qt web engine processes, and I've seen the editor just do it even just booting it up, and whenever one of them exists, it just lags the game out, and it can lag the whole computer. It's weird, but they stack. You can get more and more of them. They'll get slower and slower. It's really weird. Okay, so this one just doesn't delete at all. It's just the other one. Well then. Far be it from me to not just do I guess this, huh? Looks identical, but in theory that code should work perfectly because it's just the same other code except for with a slight name change. Could be a fundamental flaw in how this plugin works, though. It's possible. Whenever you're dealing with someone else's code, there's a lot of strange things that can happen, and it's just once you rule out everything else, it's like, well, that's all it can be. All right, that's a little awkward. It's a little awkward. Let me try a different strategy here. I mean, it's adding them fine. It's just they're not staying. It's like it's just losing it or something. Like losing its, maybe it's Z or something. Also, why did I name that 2Z, but then the other one's named after that? Just for continuity's sake. Partially for my sanity. I'm just gonna set on one of these first. If it doesn't work, then I'm gonna probably just do a fallback. And the fallback is just simply having another event in the middle that just displays whatever's necessary. I should go back to the two things on the event, rather than spend too incredibly long messing with it trying to figure out what's causing the problem. Well then. Now it did it again. That's weird. It didn't do it going past the first time, then it messed up the second time. Alright. So for whatever reason, 3 seems to have some issues. If working through a common event, I think, because the other one doesn't use a common event at all, it just does it directly on there. But I don't really want to do all the coding on every single one of these events, because if I have to change anything, it is kind of tedious. I've seen an error similar like this before. I really think it might just be how it handles the common events. I guess there's an easy test. A really easy test to see how it does it. Oh. The test is just this. We'll just go ahead and grab all the code. And then instead of sorry section, so I'm going to just run it right there. And then we grab all the delete code. And I'm just going to go ahead and run it right there. Right here, we'll eliminate the possibility that a common event is the problem. Because now there's no common event at all. All right. I guess I should close the previous one. Well, nope, it is not a common event problem. Okay. Well, I guess I don't have to layer it that much. It's that, or I do two different events, but I guess how many things do I really need? I could just have a wall and then have the painting on top of the wall, and then just whatever's in the painting. And then for these puzzle pieces, I was just gonna, that's just a temporary placeholder anyway. Or that can also just be what's in the painting here, so it wouldn't even make a difference. And for the other ones where it's just a building in front, you don't have to really have much on those. Like, it just would be perfectly fine having just a singular image. I could always put other events around them. Because I had another game that I was working on. Let's see. I don't want to drag all that out. If I drag it out, then it would be its own version of a pain. Because I don't think it's even set up to work right. But it has animated paintings. Yeah, I think I'll just do the easy way. Yeah. Let's abandon the complex way and just go with the gets the job done way. Story painting wall, perfect. And then I'm still going to hang the lamp or the lights. The main reason to get rid of to change this all was because of the there were these posts in between that made it look like the attic was too short, or that the painting was basically 6 feet tall. That's not going to work for me. Okay, well, we're just going to go back to the original Curiosity system and just change the graphics. I'm still okay with leaving this upgrade here. But if for some reason it just can't handle having that many images on one, that's fine. It's perfectly good. One must remember there are limitations with RM. So just put more events with more things. It's perfectly fine. This one has... Are you the last one? This one is... Well, actually, the one I changed was this one. Wait a minute. This one had all the hard code set there? Did I even check the right one? Let me make a quick double check here. It shouldn't matter that I made that change there because I put all the code on the event there, so we'll find out. I could have made this so much easier, but a lot of times I just decide to make my code more complicated for reasons that I don't understand. Does the frame vanish? It doesn't really vanish. Actually, never mind. I changed the wall, so it wouldn't even matter either way. Whatever. I'm just going to go ahead and go with the assume it doesn't work strategy and move on. Did I leave this curiosity one? Okay. That's enough. I just like calling it curiosity as opposed to just an object or something there. Just sounded cooler. I made all these console logs. Okay, and then this will be my tutorial. Well, wall's at -10. in this case, the curiosity needs to be pretty far back. At least making the light event shouldn't be very hard. Whole system in place for that. Mostly just spawn them in, so I don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna have to change those left walls though, and left and right wall. We have to change these side walls here. I haven't my curiosity showed up though. Okay, get so variable curiosity. It's spelled right, right? Spelled the same way, I didn't mess it up. It does periodically happen. Oh. I said I had the wrong thing there. Let me, get this here. Obviously the frame will just look like it's over the top of the other ones, you won't even notice. Makes sense, really. It was too high last time. I think minus 42 is where the other ones were at, but I could be wrong. And this one was... The working theory of this game is that the actual character wouldn't really know what happened to her because during the day she's just an inanimate object. So the character living in the paintings, she actually gives a recap of how she sees things happening, but she can't look outside of the attic. She wouldn't know. All she really knows about the outside of the attic is what's in other paintings. She lives in paintings, so she has an idea of what the outside world looks like, she guesses. So when she shows a picture of the place where she believes they're at, she doesn't know that's where they're at. She just saw pictures like, this is probably it. That needs to move down. Probably over. It's moved up. I got it backwards. This one needs to be minus 42. Oops. Imagine if I had a way to visually place these, it'd be so nice and so quick. There we go. I could have made this way easier if I just did it a different way. I'm just stupid. It does have a better visual look though. And the things match reasonably well. These side things are pretty crappy, but we're gonna do a quick fix on those. Probably just migrate them over the side, honestly, because they go over the painting. You go over the painting on the other side, maybe. Today was more art than coding day, but maybe a little bit of both. This one doesn't really go over anything, so it's fine. Also, I can't move any farther over because I put blocks in, I think. It's really sticky over here. I don't know how I feel about that. Interesting. Okay, so she can go inside of her box. It's just a parallax in front. There's some things to block her from leaving, so she has to actually go up and over. Okay, so let's just change the left one there. I'm pretty sure I can just change the background of that if I put some things in front of it. Oh yeah, I was gonna redo the this table. I don't really want it to be the scale is all wrong. Like if this is a box, why is the table that this is sitting on so tiny? That doesn't make any sense. Also, the boxes that are going to be in the bottom need to be much larger too. I definitely need to redo the scale of things. It just makes no sense. It looks so weird. That fixes that. This one does kind of go over the sides. I could actually just place it farther behind though. True. Or make it a blank wall that I add stuff on the side anyway to block things. I think I like that idea better. Because I can always add another stuff and it's a lot easier than having to do this. So we'll just have these be sidewall. Or in this case, I guess I gave it a name. I'm just going to go ahead and clone the name so I don't have to do any extra coding changes. And then I can also get away with not using any of the tile changes because I can't see the tile changes very easily. But what I could do is simply put either a collider or just some sort of actual event there with a collider. You know, in an image, either collider strapped to the event or the other. And I think that's just way better. I did say the left one, right? Yeah, I did. How does that look? I should actually change them both to the same, so this way I actually have access to, or I can run one less image, because they're the same image. They weren't originally, but since now they're the same. Not much point, you know? I just feel I'll put junk in the way. Okay, that's weird. Did I not save it in the right location? Maybe that was it. You know what? Story side wall. Okay. In this case, I'm going to push this one farther over to the side by, I don't know, we'll try 48. No, don't minus it, just do We'll try 48 and see where that puts it. It seems like a way better plan. Then I don't have to make custom walls for every single thing. I can just put stuff on top of it. It should look way better, hopefully. I mean, if I was going to render them as a really neat scene, it might be a different story. But since I'm already just kind of layering them anyway, seems kind of redundant. I think what's happening there is it's actually showing some things on top of it. Because they already put stuff there, so it's already layered. There's really nothing different. I guess right between them is a little bit of a little harsh of a thing. Like maybe I want to do something about that. Maybe I'll get a copy of Photoshop and do some fixing so it looks a little more perfect. I guess it looks okay. Not that big of a deal. Alright, this goes over here. That's fine. Oh, thanks, Mogeko. Mogeko? I don't know. Whichever way it's pronounced. I'm bad with names. It'll take me forever to get good at any of them. It's... yeah, pretty certain I have something in front of that. You have to use world blocks. I have sidewall. What's sidewall 2? What we got here? Mogeko? Okay. I appreciate the pronunciation thing for it there. I probably would not get it. I would just sit there and keep butchering it out forever. What's the old RPG it's based on? Need to make a hole in a wall here too. I was looking for something here. Sidewall 2. Oh. What system was that on? I don't think I've ever heard of it, but that doesn't mean much. It was on dark? Wait, what? That's a system? I see what I did here. I put these. Act as a barrier. Yeah, I'll think about those. I need a wall of about this size. I mean a hole of about this size in the wall. I guess it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but it does need to be reasonably close. So did I make any changes that force the other ones to not work? I don't know. No, I did. For these other ones to work, I'm going to need to make a quick change here. I need to add these to all of them. I also need to move the curiosity to that. So let's put these all together so I can just copy paste it all. I don't think I made any other changes, so I should just be able to do this. Because the wall is currently sitting at 10, I believe. Negative 10? Yeah, okay. I could move the wall forward. This curiosity needs to be at 1. This one here, just a standard 9, so that means it needs to be at 11. I already had a whole gallery of images here, and they kind of got messed up in the shuffle a little bit, but that's okay. Honestly, it wasn't until I started making more varied things that it actually mattered. I was able to just recycle the exact same code for everything until that. Now, not so much. This is just a world block? Okay, I don't care about that. Okay. Do. Uh-huh. All right, so let's go to the next area. See if everything else is actually set right. Well, it looks pretty good. Oh yeah, I made a teddy bear. He needs to have a Z shift so I can run behind him, or either have him move him closer to the wall or something. I also need to fix his images because they're too wide, I think. Like, he looks a little too squat. All these other ones there are about they're basically a 3x4 type of setup, and this guy's a more of a 1x1 type of setup, so it's the same height and width as opposed to these ones being 3 and 4, like 3 width, so 4 width, 3 height. Alright, all that is pretty good. This picture looks absolutely terrible and needs to be fixed. This picture is just a great placeholder. Oh, that's right. She's got to move the other character I just made. This old doll hair. She has a funny hat. That's why she's better than the other dolls. That's her lore. She found the funny hat. Now she wears it, and she's better than every other doll. It's just like her, except for she has the hat. It is actually walking behind her. Not doing a very good job of it, though. Interesting. I gotta work on the side images there. And just... Wait, I didn't check that one. Alright, so she's not unlocked at the moment. Let's unlock her real fast and see where she's at. Walk to the side real fast and then spawn her in. Ah! Here's my dirty trick of the day. I gotta move the house farther back though. Also, I gotta move the thingy up some, so let me do that really fast. This is it. I guess it could be a -1. I don't think the... What are those at? Did I do it in the overwrites? Maybe. No, no, I did not. Why did I not do that in the overwrites? No, actually right here, I did it here. Z's at 1, okay. Fair enough. Puts it behind there. Alright. There definitely needs to be more light in this particular room. All that works. Let me test that. We're just going to set her to default unlocked. Everybody's invited to the party right now, so I can move everyone around. Even though I don't think Miranda's actually going to be in the game, she's just a placeholder character, she can be unlocked too. Might just be a blue teddy that's her. She's a placeholder for, I don't know. I didn't even notice when you wrote it in multiple message. I didn't even notice the game is pretty dark. Yeah, it is dark. It's supposed to be a creepy attic. The creepy attic is it's just full of cursed toys and it's nighttime. I might make it a little lighter. Maybe. But part of the problem is if I don't put like this blue type of thing over it, it makes it not very well, it doesn't have the illusion of being very dark. I think the best way to put it. I need to just toggle skip that. And all of a sudden I need to make a change to this map. I get so caught up coding, I often don't register what people are saying very well. It's true. Is there an extra spawner for her, or is she spawning because of this? Or is this her spawner? Is there a Fortuna portal on this one? Maybe. There should not be a Fortuna portal on this one. What is this track? Home Bear? Need some assorted tracks that sound like, you know, toy things. Yeah, I'll try to pay more attention to the chat. I just, well, when there's people here, I tend to pay better attention to it. There have been times where I just get caught up in doing art and things, and there wasn't anyone there for a while, and I won't even look, and it's like, oh yeah. I'll be focused on doing things. Wait, didn't I turn the lighting off? It's supposed to skip tinting. When game start doesn't tint it. Might no, it wouldn't be tinting it on the first map. Is one of these events tinting it? Oh, box drop is. I have a cutscene event, but I turned it off because I don't want to watch the cutscene every test, so. I put exactly what was necessary in there to start the game and just said, on the rest of it. I gotta remember it was tinting the screen too. Doesn't really need to necessarily, I don't think. Yeah, this is what it looks like if the lights are normal. As you can see, it's doesn't quite have the same feel to it, you know? Like it's just a bit less nice looking. There's probably a happy medium. I don't know, maybe. Mark your portal. See, now it doesn't feel like a creepy attic at all. Now it just feels kind of like a regular place. It's just, I don't know. I could play with it a bit though and see if I can get a somewhat better look. I can start with one. Oh, that's probably gonna look weird. Oh well, I'll test it. I was playing with it previously, but I haven't been able to find an exact look that I like. Because there's a lighting system, but I just put a blue over the whole thing anyway. Yeah, now I'm in an oven. Woohoo! I wasn't bright enough. Now everything's just being roasted. Cool. Amazing what that screen tint can really do to the illusion of things. I think I had it on dark previous. I can double check what I had it on previous actually. I had it right over here. Map builder. Alright, so that was... And this has 68 on the brightness it looks like, or maybe is that darkness? I don't even know. We'll find out. All this just for the story and everything, and this isn't even the actual combat portion of the game. Which is wildly different. I don't think this really makes it any better. It looks like it's actually darker than the other one by far. Yeah. Because originally I had that, and it's a little bit less bad. I can do less of a minus on these. That might make it a little brighter. Just that. Yeah. To be honest, the title screen should probably have some sort of dark thing on it too. Well, that's not too bad. How's this looking, Mogeko? If I run that together really fast, it sounds like I'm saying Mogeko. Mogeko. That'd be the Californian in me that has to say everything way too fast. And I probably need to slow down. slow down a bit. Mathis? Okay. So what do you think of this this darkness level? Kind of an in-between on the two? I'll right click. Off the window. Oh, found her. Woohoo. Come with me, little buddy. I was making quests for it. Oh yeah, I was making a Diablo style game with dolls, so if you want to see RM done and just doing weird stupid things with it, that's pretty much the name of the game here. Oh, she kind of jerks when she moves. She goes through. Cool. Yeah, I got other spells with targeting like that too. Heal spells. Freezing spell that I think needs to stay frozen when it hits them. Just puts the ring around them, they can't move until the ring is gone. Got a poison thingy. None of this is balanced at all. I even have a lightning storm. Which only hits the area that like, it doesn't quite visually fit as well as I want it yet. But that's okay. And of course this star armor thing which reduces damage by half, but I'm trying to decide what kind of leveling system I'm going to have, if it's going to be an actual Diablo style leveling system or if I'm going to go with the more of a Zelda play where you just unlock these abilities and they have a more fixed thing and I make it just all about collection and less about numbers. It's kind of an either or. I want to have a menu system too, because, you know, gotta have a menu system. Oh, hi, April. How's it going? Jumps back down and it's all good. We'll slow switch back to the other. Okay, so we're playing with the side areas here. I already fixed that wall there, so that's not too much of anything. There's any other walls I need to fix? These are just ideas. I was using a filter, and the filter came up with these really weird images, and I keep them there just in case I can come up with an idea to use them. Oh, I forgot something here. Yeah, I did. I forgot to include the actual glass so that it gives the illusion that it's an actual painting. I wish there was a way to make the glass ripple when you go into it, but this is RM we're talking about here. It doesn't really have the ability to just randomly warp an image like that without a lot of coding. I mean, you could apply a filter directly to just it. The only filter I've found that would be anything close to that is the ripple filter. But it doesn't really ripple the image so much as it just plays a ripple over the screen in that area. I'd have to really look into it. The image plugin I'm using, or the particle plugin I'm using for a lot of the images, isn't really designed to work with filters as well. Particles and filters don't like each other too much. I mean, maybe they could like each other, but that is a rabbit hole that is going to be much deeper than I want to go down. And I already go down pretty deep rabbit holes with my own coding. Yeah. Just saying. Alright, so what other images do I have to play with here? I was going to have a giant Misha doll blocking one of the sides. It's actually a Misha doll, but whatever. I came to this conclusion that I really wanted Poppet to be not a particularly big doll. So everything's just getting much larger. I'll just copy one of these, makes it easier. I wonder where it'll put it at. This must be like the western section of all the those tracks I got in those Humble Bundles. Yeah, whatever. Probably not going in the game. Just saying. Unless I have weird little cowboy dolls or something. That'd be kind of cool. After all, it can be any toys that would be in an attic around the turn of the century, around the 1900s, I should say. Like, pretty much 1890 to 1920. Anything in there. Well, that's comfortably ginormous. I like it already. Maybe not quite that ginormous, so I kind of want to just block the way and just be annoying. I'm just gonna have to go up a lot. Maybe not be that big. I mean, that's a big doll. But that could be that doll you win at a fair or something, you know, the giant one where it's, you know, as big as a small child or just about. Honestly, by that standard, Poppet should probably be slightly larger. I'm not going to worry that much about it. After all, if the painting is about... I mean, these are pretty big paintings. I'll say about 2.5 feet tall, maybe. Maybe a meter at most. And Poppet's not even a third of that. I could slightly enlarge her. We are playing with sizes today. Well, if we're going to play with an additional size, let me code one more size into here. And then, what is the math on that? Make another 373 280. And then let's say we take this image here, resize the canvas to, well, let's do it as a team here. Percentage there, and then let's make it 125%. Pixels. I guess we can do 466, 350. That did not increase them both the same amount, did it? What's the actual size of the characters, for that matter? Because all the frames are far bigger than they need to be. $488, $366. Let's just make this full size. And for here, Actually, what am I doing? I don't have to do that. That's extra effort. I could just do this. Oh wait, I did her separate. Well, make her approximately the same size. We will do 1.25 for this. Though do I want to increase the size of every character? Because there is an option just increase all their sizes. I should do that, just increase all their sizes. Let's set player size to, I guess, 5. Huh. For some reason the mouse shut off. This new mouse, it's not very good. Alright, well, I'm going to go grab the backup mouse because this one apparently is dying for some reason. Thankfully, the backup mouse is right over by this, so it's not hard to get. Okay, that was weird. The monitor flickered for a second there. Alright, well, that's all kinds of fun technical difficulties. Put this mouse in so it does its thing. The other mouse active, it moves kind of slowly, whatever, I don't care. And I was going to make a quick change here. I'm not going to grow the size of characters, I'm just going to grow the size of all characters. I really need to improve my title screen. It looks terrible, but well, you know, I'll get to it. Now she's significantly bigger. Do I like that better? I guess she's more visible. I need to move her up a space though, because she looks like she's standing too low at this point. If that's the case. I guess this is probably more accurate to size though, what I would want her to be. Actually, what's the hitboxes look like? Yeah, that's fair enough. She doesn't have to have that big of a hitbox here. Oh, that's pretty helpful. That's better because she still fits in the box, mostly. She needs to be able to go farther down in the box, though. But, yeah, maybe. I don't know, what do you guys think? You think this is better, larger, or smaller? I guess she'd be more likely to be able to carry a puzzle piece. The other times it looked like the puzzle pieces would just crush her. They were so big and she's so tiny. I don't know, from an artist standpoint. Do you think it fits better, question mark? I'm not 100% certain on this one. I'm just going to physically move this event up. That should look better. And then yeah, let's see. There's that I can do. I guess her being larger is better. Or at least will work for now. Oh, I was gonna move her up one space. She's gonna be larger. I have to maintain the illusion that she is actually walking through the area and all that. Follow player's X. I think follow player's X just keeps her at exactly whatever her current X is, right? Yeah, she steps towards game player's 18. She's now at 17, so it doesn't actually do that, so I need to change this here. Actually, wait, does that say skip on it? Oh, never mind, let's just skip that, it's fine. Okay, so we're in 17 there, and then that's this one here. I'll have to move the particle down if I keep her at that size. Also, the mouse movement's still weird. Need to fix that at some point. But you can see the characters better, and I do actually have the files images. Like, this is the actual size of the character files. I've just been shrinking them down because I figure you can always shrink something down, but you can't. Like, it'll take away detail, but you can't enlarge something that's small without losing detail, because there's just no detail to have in the first place. I think I'm gonna just not use any of the tiles. I just don't think I want to do that. I really do think it needs to just have hitboxes on the events, and there just needs to be an event here that just blocks. Otherwise, it's just weird. I can't tell what it is without constantly loading up just to look, and then it's imperfect because right now like these are the actual grid size. Each of these is actually 48 pixels. You can see how wide the character actually is. How many grid spaces we're talking about here for this game. Okay, so let's just get rid of that. That's just a terrible system that just needs to go the way of the dodo. I think I have 5 set as that. There were 5. Yep. That should get rid of all those. Okay, they're all gotten good. She's almost too tall for to fit in there, but she's also supposed to fall into there and then later on stand up. I just haven't made all the animations for that yet. When you're your own graphics guy and your own coder, there's only so much time in the day. I think I'll just do like a poly or something like that. Well, I need to do a different image for this too, because that table is way too tiny. I originally just used it because it was convenient. I made it for Unreal Engine. I was making a 2D version of this and that. A project that I have no idea why I stopped, but whatever. Yeah, I need to make a system where this little ghost particle is... Or you could just make it larger. Also, it needs to move behind her, I guess. Because when she's going down in any of these directions, it's kind of in front of her face. I do need to make a system to adjust that. What particle are we using? And is it the same one? Oh. It's using player Comet, if it's there. That's right, from the other game. I just borrowed the particle straight from it. Which is why it has a name that makes no sense for this game. Do I need to make a completely separate one, or is that already a separate one? Let's look. It is not a separate one. Alright, well, it's time to make another particle. Let me just bring that up real fast, and then I will drag it over to the other screen. This is called Player Comet. Am I blind? I'll see this really fast here and drag it over. Sure, whatever. Reading the names wrong? No, Papa Ghost is the one, okay. Guess I just changed the particle name and not the other. Okay, well, I need a bigger one for that. Not that there. I think it just needs to be bigger in general. It's getting larger as it does it, so what's like 6 to like 1 look like? Almost a little too flickery, like it doesn't look that good. Do. Not that there's anything particularly personal in there, but it's better to not show anything on the screen that I might not want people to see. I don't really screen proof my computer as well as I could. In this case, it's just NWJS stuff in my downloads, but still. The rest of the folders, I run my other business on this computer too, so you gotta be careful about that. We'll do this Puppet Ghost large, I guess. So let's go ahead and grab that. Migrate this new particle over to here. Let's get the name of that. Add it to particle emitter. All right, there's that. And then it's only this one that actually uses it. So if player size is going to be large, then I'm going to want that there, and then from there, because there's two different maps that use this feature, and I think everything else is basically the same, except for the first map. I guess if I'm doing that on this one, I also need to do actually on the title screen it does it slightly differently. Right. I have an event that checks if the player is active or not. Do this. I might need to adjust its location a bit too. Otherwise it just deletes it. Okay. That should give me a larger comet to play with, or not comet, a larger like ghost trail behind it. I could have named it just something else besides comet, but too much effort to constantly change it. Now it's really big. Woohoo! Almost too big. Also, it's kind of behind her. I need to be in front of her and like basically at the back of her. So I really do need to make that system. Maybe I'll do that right now. I don't know. Today's mostly about visual embellishments. I'm not really programming any combat systems today. I guess I could. I need to work on quest people. Definitely bigger. It doesn't trail very far behind her though, and it's also too bright. I don't like either particularly well. Alright then, well let's do some changes. Well, for it to trail behind her, it needs to have a longer lifetime. She doesn't move very quick. Moving at about that speed, so that's about what it would be. If she did like this, it would do that, but that's probably a little better. What if I had it go black near the end of it? Would that look better? Let's put a white background and see how it would look. I don't know. That looks more like she's just a massive polluter. That's not very exciting. Yeah, you know, my ghost character needs to, you know, switch to electric powered apparently. But she's really just polluting the whole attic. It's terrible. Also might scale it down a slight bit. And the alpha start could be lower too, for that matter. I wonder if we get a rotation speed, how it would look. Maybe better, actually. Could almost ditch the actual like ghost image and just use this as a ghost. Let's try that one. Rename the particle, run it over to here, replace it, and test. Maybe I make it slightly larger. Okay, well, I'm not gonna do all the renaming again when I can just do this really quick and at the end scale to 1. That's a little better. If she's facing this direction and neither looks good, that's okay, I guess. She's actually moving, it looks fine. Looks good this direction. Looks terrible that direction. Looks fine that. I think it needs to be moved up in general though. By a handful of pixels. Not a huge amount, so we'll do like -30. I'll have to do something about the title screen too. That's a little better. Still not perfect though. Okay, oof. What's that ghost adjuster? Ghost adjust is fine. Am I doing a bunch of ifs or am I gonna do a switch? I'm gonna do a switch. It's just such poor coding to sit there and run, you know, an army of ifs when you don't gotta. Keyboard's falling asleep on me. No keyboard, don't be like that. No you. Maybe it's running out of power too. If that's the case, I will just plug it in. I call it maybe Ghost Trail or something like that. Yeah, Ghost Trails. I'll do that. Alright, Ghost Trail's fine. Equals function. I don't need any additional information on that, thank you. Actually, actually like that. Switch. Game player dot last direction. Case 1, break. Case 2, break. Case 3, break. Oops. I already set up a variable called gameplayer last direction. Actually, all the events have a last direction as well. And it just reports their last direction from queue movement, so I know which way they're facing. It's one of the reasons why my animation plugin isn't really meant for the public yet, because you need queue movement at the moment. I don't have a way to... It's not built to use anything else, so it's kind of a little restricted there. I need some code out of this here. Let's see, I need... Oh, I know what I need here. In this case, we'll call this particle. Do I want to call this Ghost Trail? Or do I want to make this design for everything? How expanded do I really want this to be? I don't really need that expanded right now. I think it's perfectly fine just for the game player. I could write it for everything, but I don't think I actually have any other events that need it yet. It's also kind of a costly feature to have, so I don't know if I really want it to be something a lot of enemies have. Like, it'd be fine if 1 or 2 had it, but you know, there could be like 10 enemies on the screen. If they've all got these little ghost trails behind it, each one of these is like 80 extra images, essentially. So, you know, 800 extra images in a small space is a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong. We do use a lot of images. Definitely up there in those numbers and beyond, but it's still a lot. I don't really want to do it just for a small visual improvement. Okay, so what I do need is... I'm just going to set Z in that, right? What we're going to do is we're going to set it at the bottom. This is so I only have to have the code once at the bottom, and I'm just going to change the numbers in these. And then I'll just default it to 0. And then I just know the code for the other one, so game map, set p emitter c, and then it's particle look. So one is I'm going to want the thing behind the player. Yeah. So what do I currently have it at? I have it at 6 minus 30. Actually, instead of putting that in for each of those until I know what I want them to be, I'm just going to go ahead and make that the thing and just change the Z. The main issue I have is that the Z is when going in when going down, it blocks the player, right? Yeah. So for one, what do I have the Z currently at? So I have an idea here. 6. Okay, well, let's default it to 6. In this case, it'll equal, we'll do 1. Oh, wait a second. Let me double check that the player is at 2. I might have put the player at a slightly different number, potentially. Wait, this would govern where she was at. She's not in a plugin. She's at Z5? The ghost is at Z5. The regular one's just at 2, I guess. Oh, Z5 is all that matters. So I don't need to change it for the regular thing. Okay, so he's at Z5, and that means this I'm going to want it at Z4. And this will be just for the basically the bottom 3 directions. And then I don't even need an extra ghost adjust thingy at all. I'm good. What I'm going to do is everywhere it has the ghost, I'm just going to run this code, but it needs to run every time, so I call it ghost trail. Good enough. Do that. Need that one right there, and then also right here. Change the music in a second. So she's going down, it does that, but what up does that? She's going down. It doesn't need to adjust it correctly though. Let me test this here. I want to make certain it's actually running at the right time and I didn't just stuff it in the wrong location. I could push all of that into a plugin instead of having all those ridiculous statements in there. Not a bad idea. It would be significantly more efficient. Oh, it is running it. Okay. So I move up and it says it's at 6. But she's not actually changed. She's still at 5, so I don't really do what I want it to do at all. Also, I have the name wrong. See, now it's actually in there. But then if I go to down, well, it says it's changing it, and yet it's not. Huh. It's spelled the same. It is running the code over and over. So if it's less than 20, it is supposedly doing it. I keep wanting this plugin to do more than it's really capable of. It's capable of a lot, but it's definitely got some issues. Let me do a quick change of this random music. I think we've heard enough of these. Let me test this other thing here too. So if she's going to the 6th direction, it'll be like negative 30 at that point, right? Try that. I don't really want to change white oak necessarily. This is going to be for 6, 3, and 9. All right. Doesn't seem to be very capable of doing anything about it, does it? don't know, maybe that actually did adjust that. But the Z doesn't seem to adjust very dynamically at all. Let's do a major test. Let's just go ahead and set this X-look at 600. I want to see if it's moving it at all. I do encounter a lot of problems with these particles where they do not seem to want to be adjustable if you're not on the same event page. Well, sometimes they work just fine. Like, they work immediately if you change it, but it's like it can't find them later. I think it's just a flaw in how they programmed it. Oh no, that changes it just fine. Look at that. But the Z doesn't change. Okay, well, that's cool. At least it partially works. For whatever reason, Z doesn't work terribly well, but okay. I'm gonna shoot 30 in each direction, right? Maybe that looks better. Also didn't check where I put Misha as well. I remember I moved it up and I just haven't looked at that side of the map the whole time. Going up, it's great. Everything else is fine except for that. Oh, I see. Also, when going up and down, I need to move the X over a bit. It looks pretty good going that direction, and I think it looks pretty good going this direction, though. Obviously, there's an issue with the up and down, but still. Diagonalings are fine, I guess. Alright, well, let's move X over a little bit. So for 2 and 2 and 8 are the ones I need to be nice. It looked kind of like -6 was pretty close to, or actually just 6 was where it was originally at. I think that looked okay. And as far as I could tell, the diagonals are fine. In case you don't know, this actually follows the keys on the number pad, or basically just like a phone would be. So, you know, 2 is down, 3 is down right, 6 is right, you know, 8 is up. Yeah, you get the idea. So just go around the circle whenever you figure out which one it is, and 5 is, of course, just neutral. Which doesn't really come up very often, because once you've moved the character even once, it sets the last direction variable, so it shouldn't matter after that. But in the very start, it actually does come up. I do have to put some sort of case for it, even if it's just leaving everything the same. Well, I guess I don't really have to have a case for it. It can fail, since I'm already... I have default variables, so it'll still be fine. I don't do anything undefined or anything. Particle emitter does not like it when you give it undefined things. It will crash. I think I edited in some things to fix that in my version, but in the normal version, it does crash. That's should be pretty reasonable. It's pretty good that way. I don't dislike it those directions. I do think it needs to last longer though. Like going in these especially, it doesn't really... It cuts out. I don't like that. The only issue is I have with that, and then for some reason the Z doesn't want to change. It'll change once, it just won't keep changing. That's strange. I don't know why that command's so crappy. I need to go through and basically edit the plugin myself and fix that. All right, well, let me do a quick change here. If it spawns less frequently, wouldn't that work? Hmm. There's not enough particles, basically, is what's happening. That's a little better. It doesn't seem to cut out really at all. I could make her a little more transparent for her ghost thingy too. Yeah, overall I think it's pretty good. So the only issue is the Z problem, which looks bizarre and weird. Well, I could remove the particle and add another one if that's the case. But that would delete her particle every single time and add a new one, which would be a lot to ask. And not what I want to do. But it would let me set the new Z for it, because it seems like you can set the Z exactly one time, and then after that you just can't ever set it again. And so you destroy it and put a new one. Well, I suppose I could give it a shot. How badly do I want that? Because this could be quite a pain. Hmm. I think I'll hold off on that one. The reasoning for it is it's kind of a rabbit hole for what's only a minor improvement. Like I could be sitting on that for like an hour trying to get the right code to deal with the fact that that plugin just has things it wants to do, or at some point I can just crack open that plugin and make it work the way it should in the first place, which is probably what I'm going to do, rather than trying to make all this code to work with a broken plugin. It seems kind of nuts. Like, why would you do that? Never mind the fact I've done that plenty of times. Don't worry about that. It's not relevant. I heard nothing. So instead of sidewall here, I'm going to do Actually, I think it's called mirror. Because I had the bottom of a mirror that I was going to use. I considered having an actual thing that you walk by and there's an actual image in the mirror. Ooh, do I want to do that? Okay, now I want to do that. I was just going to use it as a side thing, but this seems too cool to not use. Alright, so I don't need that. That will not work. That will, though. Okay, so we'll do the obvious thing first. We got to cut a hole in the background. Then on this one, we're going to delete out of that and make a new layer for it here. Then we just put a little bit of opacity on that, so now it's see-through with cracks. I'm also going to make a backup of this as the KRA, in case I want to play around with it. I want to have a menacing character looking at you through the mirrors. I'm not sure which character, well, I mean, exactly how that character is going to look yet. I have some ideas. But we'll see. I called this story mirror wall. Well, we can test this really quickly, even though I'm not going to use it in this spot here. For purposes of testing, this is a good spot. Might tint the title screen too. I kind of like the new tint color. Dark enough that it feels like it's not, you know, day and everything, but not so dark that you can't see. Now it has the space thing in the background. The entire scene actually has a space thing in the background, because it was easier to just render it all. I don't know, so just random it all everywhere, as opposed to just random in a few places. It was just like, you know, one code thing does it for everything, or I could manually do it in specific locations, and I just didn't want to do that yet. What I'm probably going to do is put some sort of black background behind this, and then have the character in between looking. But I haven't rendered that character yet. I could use a placeholder character. Also, oh yeah, I made a quick change there, and it. I'll get to that. I'm going to change everything on that. That whole thing's getting a new render anyway. I think it's so much cooler that, you know, this thing is, that she's that small. This is about what I would expect her size to really be when you look at the size of this mirror and everything like that. Like, she's just not very big. That'd be huge. Like, I kind of had her at the perspective all wrong. Okay, so I need a black background for that. Um, I guess I just make a bigger black background, right? Yeah. Then I can recycle it if I need to for other locations. So I might as well just make a reasonably sized one and just have it where it's not all the way to the edges. So this way it doesn't potentially clip out the sides or something. So this is real easy. Don't need this. That'll do. Close enough. Put that there so I can block where it actually puts it. I guess I could have crazy particles. I could have particles with weird faces and stuff. That'd be nice and creepy and fun, but I don't think I'm going to do that yet. I think I have this black background anyway because I'm going to need to put that there. And then if I want to put particles in between the two, I'll do that then as an embellishment. But nope. All right, so then for this here, put this at -12, right? Because those are at -10. And then she can be at -11. Oh, I guess I had to close the previous version. Probably important. All right, well, I think we can all agree that failed. Just a bit. Nothing wrong in the console. Okay. Why did it fail, though? That's easy, because I told it to skip it. Because I'm smart. Probably did that because I was skipping the actual curiosity for that event entirely. I just skipped the Z as well. I want to make some sort of new logo with the tarot cards. I might even drop the tarot cards onto the logo. There we go. I don't know why I still have a weather in this thing there. I mean, I have like a wind going and random dust and everything. There shouldn't be wind in an attic. But it was a weather setup I had for a different game, and I just haven't bothered to ever change it out of this one. Okay, so now we have that there. Okay, we're going to put a character right here. This character, call it a mirror ghost. Until I have a name and everything figured out for it, it can just be that. That's perfectly fine. And then we'll go up to here. My collection of NPCs. We'll put Annie's on in the mirror for now. She's got a creepy enough smile to fit the mirror until I make a ghost for it. I made a version of a little girl who's got like clearly has been murdered, and she's got a bag over her head, like someone tied like a cloth bag over her head. Torn up dress, creepy looking doll. Looks wonderful. But I'm not 100% certain she's actually what I want to use or not. So let's see. We'll figure it out. And her size is going to be huge. We'll do size, do 3. She needs to not move. She just has to turn towards the player and watch. So don't follow the player's X. Just turn towards player. I'm gonna get rid of that because I don't care about that right now. It's almost a horror element to this game. I haven't bothered to really put too much into it. It's not supposed to be actual horror, but... Oh, I didn't change the actual thing. You can see that she's using the wrong model. Okay. Change this to 6. I made a plugin that I can just call the plugin to set up all the stuff, which is what I was editing over there, because it's just a lot of code that I don't want to have to retype all the time. Plus, it's way easier to keep track of. The ability to search events is not very good in RM. Really not. It doesn't search script commands at all. Okay, well, that's awkward. Where is she? She should be higher up somewhere in this general vicinity. Well, let me do a quick change here. I'll put her in front of everything. It is 6, right? Well, it would be 6 if I actually bothered to do that. Let's see where that puts her in relation to that. I think it's just going to put her right pretty close to that, but I could be wrong. She is supposed to be anchored to bottom center of the event. Supposed to. I never really put it to this kind of a test, but we're about to find out. Oh, there we go. She's huge. Perfect. Exact location I want her to be. So now she just needs to be behind the glass. And -11. Yep. Well, there you go. See? Now imagine if it was a ghost thingy behind there instead. But the doll is kind of weird looking. I might have her just face down. Her turning looks kind of weird. Also, there's a bit of a lag going on. Yeah. Why is there a lag going on? I get that she's huge, but at the same time, it's still loading the same file size. I suppose it is loading more images. But yes, this is peak RPGMaker. This is exactly what you would expect at RPGMaker. Let no one tell you different. Totally normal. Let me check and see if it's got a Qt web process going or something. Sure does. A little bit of a lag. Of course, it also hates this art program too, so let me close this out and see if that makes a difference as well. Yeah, it did. It hates that art program. I don't know why. I might put more glass at various places and hide things behind it, because now that I can just do that and put a black background behind it, it does kind of make it interesting for what I can and can't do very easily. And it did make a very boring wall a lot more exciting. Let me bring up the actual character that I was thinking of using for there. Let's see if I can find her. Taking a moment to open that. Gotta be careful with this program because it can crash this stream, so I usually don't like to use it very much on stream for that very reason. This character here. Increase the render settings. Actually, I'm going to do that. Turn on iRay, and she looks like that. With her creepy little doll. The only problem with this, though, is if she's going to look at you through the mirror, she doesn't have eyes, so that wouldn't work that well. This could also just, well, I want it to be toys. Like, her toy could be an enemy in the thing if I wanted. But the problem is her toy is not actually a model, so I can't really model it at all. I can't move it around. Well, it is a model, but it doesn't have the skeleton like the other one there. Like, this one has a skeleton. You can see all her veins and everything too. So maybe that, though. I might have to give her eyes or something. I might have to get rid of the bag. So having a, mysterious victim who has, clearly died in a horrible way is a little more exciting to me than having it be an easily explained character, I guess. Yeah, I haven't really made any images for her yet because I'm not 100% certain I want to, and it takes a very long time to render characters. But that one probably wouldn't take that long because she doesn't have any hair. Turns out hair is actually as much of the information as the actual models themselves. Like, crazy. I had one hair that required 12 gigabytes of RAM just to run the hair. So stupid. It's really nice hair. It had all the individual strands of hair too. It had so many of them. It was crazy. All right, so we're gonna move this up, I think, so it blocks the path. I guess. Or I can just have it by the portal, I guess. Is that what I'm doing over here? The problem is this is the exact width the map can ever be. This is 255. I can't make it any larger than this. So even though I would like a little more space at the end here to do stuff, it doesn't work. Each of these is 1920, 1080, so Kind of restricts a bit. I guess if I'd moved everything over, I could get a little bit more. You know, I kind of want to move this over. Just have it be like a wall on the side here. Maybe I'll just do an actual wall graphic or something. Why is she getting stuck over there? That's really weird. She gets stuck in that general vicinity for some reason. There's no collision, right? Yeah, she just stops moving. That is unusual. Let's see how it looks if I get rid of all these here. I guess there's a story sidewall looks okay, and then this is... I'm not going to use this. What if I migrate this over? I really don't like the way these walls meet right there. Like, for whatever reason, I think they meet a lot better over here. Or do they? I mean, they're just so far off. It's like... Something is all wrong. I think I know what the problem is, though. What this is like the center of the image. And this is... These sides here are a lot closer to their thing there, so I actually need to do a quick change and have two different sides effectively because of how that looks. All right, all right. Seeing it, seeing it. Just how wide I need it to be. I need... Alright, so this should be pretty easy to do. Actually, I can just copy this, can I? Copy layer, yeah. Perfect. This will be the right wall. No. Left wall. Put a guide right there, and that should make it easier to do this, probably. Or not. Looks good. I also want to have one other event that covers, I guess, some boxes or just a simple wall. I had a wall already set up, so do I really? I mean, that's kind of a crap wall. Hmm. Like x minus 200, I think is probably about where it's supposed to be. Like 0 on this. What's the other one at? No, it's at 180 as well. Wait, this one is actually 48 down from there. The 220. No. 132. It's one space down, so. Alright. That might work. Not 100% certain on that, but we'll see. In this one, I had something similar going on. -2, -1. What's this at? I guess that'll sit at 0 for the moment. I don't know. Sure. I guess, for now. It'll probably get changed in a moment. Okay. I guess I gotta close the other version too. Well, that is better. A little off still. I think that's reasonable. Like, I want those there. I'm going to make a bigger wall, but for purposes of a start, it does act as kind of a wall. The downside of this is the lid goes off the screen. Not that I know if I want to keep the mirror there or not. Move the boxes in front of me, and then move the actual container she lands in one over. Alright, well, this is a catastrophe. I guess it doesn't have to be a catastrophe. I mean, it could just be blockading a bunch of stuff. But she doesn't need the second one here. I don't know why there's 2 images. I used the wrong image, that's why I did. So let's move this over a little bit. Misha can stick out a little bit, and then I'll put the portal somewhere else. Maybe down here. I don't even know what this little thing is in the corner there. It's just doing its thing. Probably a Steam thing. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, move these boxes over. Maybe Misha sticks out at the side of the boxes. Maybe Misha could just be like stuck in the boxes and you can't go through until you move Misha. Like the first quest. Maybe a later quest, I don't know. Okay, so the mistake was This right here. Copy this event or something? Which one's which? Okay, sidewall 2 is the one I don't want. That's the one I do want. Right where it's at. And I guess this gets to be in front. Put it at 1. Also, while I'm at it, I guess I'm with the box over 1. Let's use the box at 9. Alright, so I can put this at 10, and then it'll hide the fact that the lid is going off the screen. And basically she's being discarded in a pile of junk, so I don't want anything to be terribly organized. I want it to be kind of unceremoniously just tossed away. That works. There's still an issue if you go over there. It seems to have a thing where it locks you. I'm not sure what's causing that, but it is very obnoxious. I need to work on the walls there, and then I guess I can just block that area so they can't get there, and then I don't have to worry about why it's locking me in that location. I don't know why it would do that. It's so bizarre. An issue with the tiles, no less? Maybe? I gotta check the other side, see how that came out. And just remember not to move that far over to the side. I really like this for some reason. I do need to make it so she doesn't turn to the sides, and also there's a bit of a lag. Is that just my stuff, or is it once again a Qt web engine process? That might just be my stuff on this one. Well, there's lots of things I can do to optimize. I really haven't bothered to optimize any of this yet. I'll take a stop hitting the weather thing there. Okay, well this just needs to go way far over to the side, but I think I'm actually just going to make a wall instead. Also, these boxes are so tiny. Can we make a ghetto wall real fast? Maybe. To render anything that could act as a wall. I'm gonna have to make a wall. It doesn't look like I have yet. So then that means that I'm just going to make a quick ghetto wall as a placeholder for when I want to make an actual wall. This is going to be just Omega Ghetto. That's fine though. The contour doesn't work on this one, but not implementing. Okay, never mind. Double emboss. I won't do any of these cool things on this one, huh? You just don't like this one? never mind then. The system does not like that. So what we will do is... what are we going to do on this one? Oh well, see you when you get back, Mathis. Thanks for hanging out and watching me do all this. What's going to make a good wall? Yep, catch you later. I guess I could render a wall. I didn't really wanted to do that yet. No, I'm just going to make a placeholder. Really doesn't update very fast, does it? I just need something to be the right size. And different enough that it doesn't look black, but it's also dark enough that people can tell it's the wall. Sure. It's not pretty. Outer wall. Pile of junk would probably be more accurate for what's there. I think 180 is what I want. I'll put it right here. Probably need to reduce the amount of weird space stuff on this map. Actually, I probably could just not have the space stuff on the map. Okay, well, it does actually look kind of like a wall. But it's not a very big wall. You know? Like, is it just tiny? Is that what I'm looking at here? Maybe it is. The height is supposed to be 1080. Sure doesn't look like 1080 to me. All the other ones are 1080 and they look much taller than you. I mean, we'll do like, I guess 1600, we'll make it like big. See what that does. Also, I think I want to move it over a little bit. I think there's still one more space I can move it over, so I don't got to do anything too special. Hmm. This is actually not too bad. It's not too bad at all. It's just being dark makes it look enough like a wall that it's not a real issue. I'm probably not going to put Misha here, though. I'm probably just going to leave it for a different map. It's more of a centerpiece than a side piece. Also, I might make the exit to each area a little more ceremonial than it is now, where it's just kind of tossed to the side and all worthless. This map could be a lot larger. There's nothing stopping it from being larger. It's not like the other map where I've used up every single space. And I only have like 5 at the end or whatever. No, this could be larger. Am I doing that? I guess I am, because I need an exit, and like I say, I want the exit to be somewhat ceremonial. And that people notice it's there. No more of this guesswork stuff. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll expand this map a little bit. That means on the other map, I'm probably going to take the 4th area and make it another exit too. I think it's a real problem I have in my game design. I try to cram way too much in here. And I don't give the player time to really enjoy things. Like it was gosh, the guy who created Smash Bros. And I think Mario and everything else. I'm blanking on his name, but he's obviously Omega famous. And he was just showing with examples of, like, say like when a person gets hit by something, if you wait a second for the impact, it feels like more of an impact than if you just do it really quickly. There's just I'm supposed to keep them there to enjoy it, to entertain, instead of just trying to cram it all down their throat, which is kind of what I was obviously doing, and that just seems like I think that's my biggest game dev failing, is that I just really am trying to do too much too quickly. Yeah. All right, so this one's like 256. Yeah, that one's just straight up the full thing. Each of these is, well, story 1 goes in there. And then that's at 20, and this is at 60. So I need another 40 for each thing I want to add. And then this still goes all the way over to the side, and this is 5 spaces away from it. Like that. You then need another one of these events, the walls. Right. So these are at 10, and this should be at 150 is the next one. Yeah, because there's 40 spaces in between them. what's the exit of an area gonna look like? I never really thought about it, but if it's gonna be more ceremonial, like, you know, it's like just bigger, then it probably needs to be, well, a little bit more impressive. Hmm. Well, depending upon how important I make the tarot cards, I could actually have the tarot cards in a wheel setup and then have the wheel rotating and it makes a portal. But that wouldn't even look as cool as a regular portal, would it? Because it would just be me making basically what amounts to a wheel out of them, which would take a while because there's 22 of the things. But then I'd have to make events showing each one as they were collected. And then I'd have to switch it out to a singular picture to rotate it. Would that look cool? It'd have to be a portal. I kind of get the feeling I could do something cooler than that. Because, well, do I even have a portal particle? I might. Particles. I kind of switched it to the Effexor particle for a portal because it just looks better. One of the few Effexor particles I actually use. I really need to go through and recode how they deal with Effexor so it just is done better than it is, because it's just not implemented well at all. It's so limited. I already did some tweaking to it to make it even do what it does now. What's painting doorway? Oh, let's look. Every once in a while I make all these cool particles and then I don't use them. Okay, well that's not going to be very exciting with that particular image, but I imagine if I use, I don't know, a painting, it might actually look better. We'll find out. Oh, I know what it is. I know exactly what the particle's for. Yeah. Well, first of all, let's get rid of this. Yeah, supposed to lance it in, but this is way too big of an image for this to show on the screen. One of these smaller images would probably get the job done. You need to get rid of one or the other. No, it doesn't work too well with that one either. I know I had it for a reason. It's probably for this thing. No? Huh. Well, anyway, that's not what I want to do. So, I'll have to make a new particle, I guess. I would just want to rotate it, though. So let's take a tarot card. Even though I'm going to make a circle of them if I do this. I'm not sure I'm going to, but... we'll spin to win the mage here. Spin to win! It can actually do that. It just needs to rotate. Right? Start rotation. Can be any rotation, I guess? No. As you see, you can make a portal out of it. Now, if you imagine if I actually had all of them in a like a circle, it would be a portal. Hmm. We can make a quick ghetto version to see how it would look. By we, I mean I can make a quick ghetto version. I guess we'll make it somewhat big, but not too incredibly big. I can always shrink it down, I guess. Actually, it's just plus right here. Much easier. Like that. Oh, go this way. It would be something along the lines of that. And I would just rotate them all the way around. But I don't think I'm going to do all 22 right now. I'm not sure I even want to do this. But maybe. But like I said, there are 22 of them, so... don't know about that. Maybe... This wouldn't even be a big enough circle for all of them, to be honest. That's the ugly part. I guess they could be slightly on top of each other. Like they've been fanned out. That's probably not too bad of an idea. Alright, we're just going to go ahead and do a quick save here before I even go down this rabbit hole. We'll call it the tarot door. And we're going to quickly merge all three of these. And then we're just going to do a quick cheat. Showing you how the visual effect would look. Or approximately how it would look. Maybe one more. Very imperfect, but that's okay. Very imperfect, but good enough. Good enough indeed. This might look terrible for all I know. I don't know if I like that at all. I can do some things to mess with it, though. It doesn't have to be as it is, but how would it look with the white there? It does do the darkness there, so it is at least there. I could also make more of an outline to it that makes it less, show the cards less, I suppose. The question is, how important do I want the tarot pieces to be? I guess they are kind of all over the place, so they are kind of important in there. It definitely looks better added at the back. I could scale it to that, and then it makes it even smaller on the scale there. Alpha N there is fine. I can do it this way, and then it looks more like it's a hole at the very end of it. I think it's better with the black. The other option is, instead of point, I could do a ring. That does not do what I want. I want to spawn in one location and not actually have anything in the center, but I don't think it works like that. I was hoping it would. Do a circle. No, it would look better if I didn't do all that. If I just did, like, you know, normal things with it. I guess the point comes out probably about the best. We'll try it in the world. I don't know. I don't really like it that much. But I will save the particle just in case. You never know, it might look good if I use some other graphics with it too, for that matter. After all, the particle is not really tied to any particular graphics. I could use some other weird thing with it and get some strange results. Sometimes that's how I get some of the more interesting stuff. I'm curious how this will look. Not very good. Oh, I see. There's a problem already. I didn't do that. Let me redo the tarot door here, because I actually had another image playing. It might affect if I like it more or less. Well, that's kind of interesting, because that means that I could actually show another image on the other side of it. What if this was white? What would it do then? Look strictly worse? If I shorten the life expectancy of these... Okay, well, I don't like when they're the same. I like the variance there so you can see all the details. I guess it doesn't make a huge difference, does it? I think the black is better. Alright, well maybe that's better than I thought, but I'm not 100% certain. I still don't like it. I guess what's my placeholder for that then if I'm doing that? Do I cut a circle in the wall? Okay, I'm willing to try it. Let's see how that goes. I'm gonna cut a circle in a wall. Not every idea I come up with is a good one. Sometimes they're real dumb. Which is why the name of the stream is doing dumb things in RPGMaker and not smart things, because, well, I definitely do a lot of dumb. That far over? Nah, I'll do a little farther over than that. Guess we'll try that. And then I could put things over the border of it to make a portal. I don't know. We'll see. It's the only idea I currently have at the moment, so, you know. It'll act as a placeholder until I get a better idea, unless it just makes it to the final game, in which case, okay, whatever. Story portal wall. This is the portal out, right? And then I guess I'm just going to create that there then. Yeah. Create P emitter. Easier to do it that way. The Terrador. And then I named that what again? Terrador. Did I just do both? Am I just the best? Might be the best. Also, I added this to particle emitter, right? I'm gonna toss this in here. This event ID. And then let me double check that I actually added this to here. Nope, I did not. If you don't add that in there, it will literally just crash the game. It doesn't even care. It's like, nope, get wrecked. Destroys everything. I don't need the curiosity here, so we'll just skip all those. I am going to set this to Z. I mean, to -11. Actually, why did I copy that? I don't need to copy that. I guess it was easier than selecting script command, huh? Game map dot set P emitter to the this dot event ID and -11. And then game map dot delete P emitter this dot event ID. Okay, and then I think that's everything I need. Let me double check that I did actually name the image that. Yep. Should put it relatively in the right location. We'll find out. I want her to always look down. And looking up is kind of weird. Well, it partially worked. Also, this is too far over to the side. Good to know. This is not far enough over. Good to know on that. Why did that not work? Did you just break or something? No? Didn't do anything. Okay. That's weird. This one's at 20. It's actually at 30. So it's plus 10, right? Because there's, this one is at 70. 110. Maybe should have been at 150. Oh, morning, Blended Journeyman. You're just in time to see me cut holes in the walls and put things in them, because that's just the new thing I do. I decided to make my own individual walls. I redid the walls and started redoing the parallaxing, and one thing led to another, and now there's just holes in the wall. It's pretty much like my the worst apartment I was ever at, where they literally just had holes in the walls most of the time I was there. Only with creepy dolls. So how's your morning going after all that? Oh, I'm a doofus. This cannot work as I want it to. We will call this exit door. Exit portal. I was overwriting it. Oh yeah, the Gauss projectile plugin is amazing. I finally ended up cutting it from this project because I had already made my own entire system, but if I hadn't already done that, it would have been real good. I actually made what version of it that it would add whatever extra information you want to how did I do it? It added onto the end of whichever common event you told it to. Like it put it as a variable event that you could access. So this way you could actually keep track of who sent the particle. So it put the originating event and potentially damage amounts and stuff. And then I had an entire separate damage system to use that. In some of the earlier videos you can see it because I kept it for a while. I also added in the ability for it to use my lighting plugin, which is like a variant of community lighting. It wasn't going to add it to community lighting itself, but they keep editing the plugin every time I'm about to. Then I got to sit there and figure out the code to do it, and I just haven't gotten around to it. I even got permission from Galv, and I was like, hey man, I'd like to make your plugin compatible with this. Is that okay? He's like, yeah. And then like the next day they changed like 2,000 lines of code and community lighting. It's horrible. Oh yeah, see? They live in the walls now. It's so exciting. This one's boring now. I don't like it. Well, that doesn't do anywhere close to what I want it to do. Also, the sidewall looks like shit. Oh, sorry. Pardon the language. It looks terrible. Welcome back, Mathis. Just in time to see Misha get sucked into a portal. Yeah, when I made the particle, I didn't make it... I should have measured it to size. Not that I'm sure I even want it. But I could actually make a very ornate door around this. But if I'm going to do that, I need to shrink the hole. Also move the particle over to the side. Sadly, the particles can't be easily enlarged. You have to manually do it. I'm still not even sure I want to use this particle, but let's do a little changes here. We're going to move Misha over to the side, I guess, and screen there. Now the map is so much bigger. That's actually right. This is actually supposed to be a wall, so that's actually correctly positioned. This doesn't look very good, though. I don't like that. Let's cut a smaller hole in the wall. Not a square hole. It should actually be intentionally smaller than I need it. Because the portal can always be behind it. Plus, if I want to put ornate things around the sides, which I'm going to do because I want to make the portal to the next area more something. I don't know what yet, but definitely more something. It's already at -11. I guess I can put a -12 just in case I want something in front of it. Between it and the wall. I'm definitely in more of an artsy mood tonight than I am in coding mood tonight. So I did do some coding. This just sucks. I hate it now. Thanks, I hate it. Well, it definitely looks different. I don't really like it, per se. Then again, I haven't really dressed it up yet, either. It does got to go over some, though. It's not very centered. Over to the left and up, looks like. Maybe just over to the left, honestly. It looks like it's... Well, it's probably got to go up a little bit. How much, I don't know. But... I want to write POS, but it's actually position. It's not an abbreviation for what I want it to be an abbreviation for. Yeah, I called it exit portal. I should have paid attention before I looked, before I started doing this. This thing's got to go pretty far over. That might even be 48 over. Maybe. Minus 48. I think the Y, though, is probably only going to be maybe 12? Rough guess? What do they call it? Exit portal? Okay. I guess I gotta close the other one. Probably helpful. Really got to make the ghost that lives in the mirror. I probably want to have some sort of creepy images behind it. Just have it flash every once in a while. Just random creepy things that happen. That's much more accurate. I have a hole in the wall. It's like a portable hole. Everyone needs it. You just store things in there. Nobody knows where it goes, or nobody really pulls anything back out of it, but you can store whatever you want inside it. It's perfect. Can you imagine how useful that would be? You just literally take all your garbage and you just throw it in the hole. Like, yeah, whatever. It'll be fine. Or the occasional body where no one's looking. Or nothing now. Yeah, that's it. I guess Yeah, well, listen. Just don't live right next to the hole. So when the eldritch being comes out of it from, whatever outer dimension or anything like that, the outer planes, you're not right there in the path, Or maybe toss the occasional sacrifice in so Cthulhu doesn't kill you first. I don't know. It's probably your best bet. Okay, well, first of all, this character does not need to walk in front of the portal. But I'm going to leave her doing that for now because I don't want to rewrite her behaviors right now. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with her on this particular portal thing, or if I'm even keeping the portal thing. No reason to rewrite behaviors for a character that's already pretty stupidly complex anyway. I guess she's not that complex. Some of the mobs are just so complex it's dumb. So what are we putting around this wall to make it look like anything? What's so ornate? What's so cool? I mean, because I like to think of it as just like the toys build a bunch of junk around it. So it wouldn't even be that cool, you'd think, because everything is just, crap that's laying around an attic. Pretty much. It's like, no, don't jump. Give me out of the portal, I will go inside. Oh no, it's terrible. Well, I mean, she is a character that is stuck inside of paintings, so that alone is kind of sucky for her in the first place. Character that lets you pass into the paintings and back out of them again. But, oh yeah, I made everyone bigger too, so now you can actually see the characters more. At least in these areas. When you go into the actual levels, they're not bigger. I'm not sure what I want to put around the outsides of this at the moment. Have I made anything that would be useful for it? I mean, I could just put the tarot cards around it. I just made a really ghetto tarot door thing. There's... I'm gonna have to even shrink them down to make it more than that, because like this is only 16 cards. Not even that, actually. It's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 cards. There's 22 cards in the tarot. Gonna have to do a little adjusting to make that door work. That is not something I'm going to do right now, I don't think. Not while my placeholder door works, but I guess the working theory was I wanted all the tarot to appear around the door as you collected them. And if you found all the tarot in the area, then it would open the way to the next area. Just one more collectible thing, because I just want there to be as many collectibles as possible. So there's just a reason to go hunt down things. Also, more content. Plus, it'll be much more symmetrical with that, so it won't have the weird wobbling around the outside where I just have them sticking out and everything. Now, what do I have that could act as a circle or something that I might want to put around it? I don't know. I did do this thing where I used a filter on one of these picture frames and it turned into some craziness. But that, I don't really think that works terribly well. It was pretty neat though. Filters are a wonderful thing. Probably not going to use it, but neat. I kept it just in case it was an idea for later. I do have a fascination with clocks. So, collecting all the tarot cards to open a portal in a clock doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? I do kind of want a grandfather clock now. Only problem is, though, is it would be too tall. You wouldn't even be able to see any portion of it other than the very bottom. It'd be pretty much like World of Warcraft where you're attacking the feet of things because, you know, Poppet's just so short. I mean, she's tiny. I figure she's about 80% of the height of a Barbie doll. Maybe a little shorter than that. All these other graphics are the wrong art type for purposes of doing that. Unless I'm cracking open Daz. I don't want to do that on stream. Too many not safe images on it. That program is just begging to get someone banned from YouTube. I think it just stays as it is for now. I'm going to move the portal over into the center of it. And it'll act as a temporary exit until I come up with a better concept for it. I think that'd work just fine. I didn't close the previous one. I could also open up effects here and play with that, but that program, I don't know a whole lot about it. I know more about making particles in Unreal Engine than I do particles in effects here. To be honest, making particles in Unreal Engine is easier than particles in effects here, but I don't have any way to use them. You know, I really want to shrink the cards because I want there to be more space in here, because if there's more space at the end of that portal there, then it will, I can have an image on the other side of it and make it look kind of cool, I think. Yeah, let me see about that. These are so poorly spaced. That's okay. When my entire plan is just to spin them around really quickly, they don't gotta be that perfect. Actually, I probably want to move them farther out, thinking about it. Let's move him farther out. I want to see what happens if there's a greater space in the center. So moving him closer makes no sense whatsoever. I'm just going to push them way far. I don't care if they're not right next to each other. It doesn't really matter for this purpose. Or it probably won't matter. I don't know. We're about to find out if it actually makes a difference or not. That's a really erratic one. Nice. Completely horrible looking. Perfect, perfect. Exactly what I'm aiming for. Whatever, all that matters is the space in the center. All right. Half the weird particles I've made are because I was making a particle for one thing and then I ended up using it for a different image because it looked cooler. Because all the particles really are is just essentially throwing images around and just showing one image over and over and over, or a handful of images. Most of them I just use them for one image though. I need to make a system that puts puzzle pieces across those. Maybe I'll do that. I did save this, right? To double check? I did. Doesn't really give much more of a space in there, does it? No. Not really. Maybe a little bit bigger. Occasionally it gets a little larger. Not enough, though. I get the feeling it doesn't matter if I have a bunch of tarot cards spinning around like that. I could actually just put them on the wall around it and then just spin anything. It wouldn't even matter. But I don't want to put it directly on the image. I would have to spawn them in. I feel that makes sense. The other option is to simply have no paint. Oh yeah, I made a drugged out bear. He wasn't supposed to be drugged out, but then his eyes were yellow. And he just looks high on life, okay? Don't worry about it. He's great. You love him. He's wonderful. And and these paintings are boring now. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them yet. Yeah, this character now moves too high. I wonder if I wrote a limit in there or not for her. The other thing is I could actually have a tarot door made out of these. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait. That's an idea. This music is just not something I'm excited for. Well, not everything in this pile of tracks I bought is a winner. Some of them are quite terrible. So why didn't I just add it here and test it? Ugh. Okay, I'm changing the music. You win, random music. Let's listen to whatever this is. Sounds great. I'm doing art here. I don't want to have a bunch of, boring slow music. Thanks. I really need to go through and just delete the ones that I'm not actually interested in. I never do, though. I always get caught up in game dev instead. I'm gonna take a bio break real fast. Also, I need to set the pipes to start dripping because the it might freeze tonight. So I don't want to have my pipes explode. So I will return. All right, I'm back. Hey, Jay Marie, how's it going? You're just in time to see me spin things around real fast. I think I actually like the this version better than having all the tarot cards actually visible. Do I? Maybe? Hmm. Do I? I need to resize these things too. They're tiny. I don't like those boxes at all. I might resize the cars too. But otherwise these boxes would be so tiny, what would be the point? I guess I don't have a portal back, huh? Fair enough, I never made a portal back to the first area. I don't know if I like that better or not. I think what I will do though, how dead set am I on using puzzle pieces to rebuild the pictures so that you can get to next areas? Mostly because shattered pieces of a painting are a little harder to make. Actually, they're not hard to make, they're hard to place in a way that is that actually completes the image. Well, what I'm going to do to test this out either way is I'll just make a quick puzzle thing, right? I think I already have something like that though. Let's see. And they're already sized correctly. Let's double check, I might. Okay, I do have them all here. Am I doing it this way? I can hide them all and then... I thought there was a way to output them all to one thing. So I didn't have to do anything crazy with individually saving them and resizing them, which would just take a long time. How big does this need to be? About this size here, and then let's make that black. Get my handy dandy filter. Put the puzzle filter on. I don't see an option to output to that looked way better with the without the additional outline. I don't see an easy way to export it to files. That's unfortunate. That would give 25 items to collect. Oh, that's a lot. How many items do I want them to be able to collect on a level? I could do smaller. I could do like maybe 16 or something. You're going to be collecting other things in the levels too. Though I could actually have a mini game where you have to put the puzzle together too. But the puzzle is only like 16 pieces. It's not exactly the world's most difficult puzzle. I guess later ones could be more complicated too. I am going to start shattering larger puzzles, I guess. But I guess the other option is to simply make the painting blank. And then you put the pieces on the blank canvas, and then I don't actually have to have a black puzzle. I just have a black background. It's not a bad idea. Well, this was going to be my placeholder one anyway. So if I'm going to do that, I might as well just pick an actual image and use it, right? Why go to all the trouble to not use it, one that I already have? I'm going to have to make it anyway at that point. I was going to start with the clown heads being, you know, the weakest and crappiest of all the enemies. I'm almost certainly going to just do a different picture, though, for almost all of this. Where is the second image? That was a clown head. It's not like the Jack in the Boxes. I guess I named it something different. Where did you go? Oh, let's cheat. Or by size. There we go. Perfect. They need to be this size. So let's add this here. Looks way too wide. I guess we'll break them into 16 pieces. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, it's probably fine. I really don't want to see that many pictures. If that was all they were going to collect, maybe, but... Wait, are there like 2 copies of each layer? Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. This is a terrible plan. I don't want one of each. Alright, well, here's what we're going to do. Thankfully, Critcha does this wonderful thing where it will actually make these new images the exact right size of whatever it is. It is kind of angled to the side there, right? That's kind of weird. Maybe the extra outline doesn't look very good. I suspect it'll bug me if it's not all perfect like that. Like if I go to all the trouble to program it to be reassembled and it just reassembles it all weird. Well, that looks much better. It randomly decides the puzzle, so... Okay. Are we counting from that corner or are we counting from this corner? I'm going to count from this corner on the left here. Well, am I counting from that corner or do I want to count from the upper left? I think I count from the upper left because it just seems more logical to go down the page than it does to go up the page. So I think I start from this one. We're going to save these over in their own little separate area. Because I'm pretty certain that my image plugin is going to be what handles this anyway, and it doesn't care where you put them. Do 0, 1. It will matter, I'm sure. If I don't put that 0 in. I guess it doesn't. I could code it to add the 0, but I don't want to. Actually, I might end up doing that anyway, but whatever. I've got a file renamer. I could do that if I need to. That one's done, then we'll do this one. Regrettably, there is no real fast way to do this that I've found. All it has to do is just have a built-in option to just auto-save them to files. That's it. That's all it have to do. No, it has to do it to layers. Horrible. These aren't even all the same size, are they? Oh boy. Oh, hey, PNG. Actually, that might pose a problem. Wait a minute. If they're not all the same size image, will that matter? I mean, I guess they're designed to fit next to each other anyway. So they'll probably fit if I space them equidistantly anyway. We'll have to find out. It could look really stupid. Isn't that just a friendly little image there? It looks wonderful. So happy. I mean, sure, he just wants to, eat the player's flesh, but that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. It's just what happens in the attic. It's fine. I'm going to do this exactly one time, and then I'm going to use this as my forever test. And then eventually, when I really hate my life enough, I'll make the rest of them. I'm glad I chose to do 16 pieces, huh? Oh, these were in the wrong order. Oh no. Why was that in the wrong order? Horrible. No, don't open it. I just want to change the name. Yep. I'd have caught that. That would have been exciting. That not really kind of way. I'm going to be using some arrays in order to place all these. I did this once in a different game. I could have puzzles in a menu, and then I just decided to basically can that game, so now I'm stealing the idea for this game. Sounds like a good plan to me. Oops, did I just delete the wrong... Oh no, did I do that? I don't know, I think I might have. Well then. I closed the other one that I shouldn't have. About that. That's probably a bad plan. Yeah, it's probably a real bad plan. Oh no. Yeah, it only keeps the ones you saved. Unfortunate. I was hoping to luck out. Unless this has it. No. Alright then. Well, I don't think I want to go through and resave those right now. So I'm probably going to just start fresh on that. Not right now. The new plan is... Might just work on something else entirely at that point, if that's the case. I think I have some code I can recycle. I do have puzzle pieces I can steal from the other game to temporarily act as, you know, testing things. I guess that's fine. Nope, not that one. Where did I put all that? Hunting through games here. It's probably under images, of course. Items. Yeah, I went pretty feisty with this one. I made a lot of puzzle pieces for it. How big are these? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because for purposes of this, I'll be able to figure out how to arrange them anyway. They're actually about the same size. Okay, okay. I'm feeling it. "25 images. I must have been a masochist that day. Sounds great. And because these two are built on real similar code, I'm pretty certain that the puzzle stuff was already somewhere around here. Oh yeah, back when I used to foolishly just put bizarre weird names that weren't descriptive. Or arrays with multiple things in them, because whatever Puzzco is really means just like, oh, Rich, it'll be fine. It looks like Puzzco's let's pushes the locations. All right, let's go to the other game and see what I put in there so I can just cheat. Never code anything twice if you can avoid it. And if you can't avoid it, well, find a way to avoid it and never code anything twice. Status menu setup. Is that how I did it for this one? I sure did. All right. I hid the puzzle menu for some reason. Why is that? Okay. Well, this is the command I need. The only problem with puzzle menu is it actually puts it on the screen, so I'm gonna have to adjust it to be based on relation to the center of the event, I guess. Because I want to place them at the tile map level. Huh. Well, first I want to see how the code even worked because I do not remember. And I'm going to let my beautiful assistant here with her wonderful game dev options just have the option to use it. it's a script command. I need to figure out what 227 and 284 were in the other game. Map name. Okay. Why does it need a map name? What'd it do? Oh, because I was too lazy to. Wish I had it set up so that it would assemble the names of the pieces. So I would have to. I would only have to write this one thing for all of them, and then it would just be able to just change the front and the name and just assemble the full thing. You know? I do it for animations as well. So this way, that's why the animation commands are kind of so long, so it can just build all the names for it and count them down for you, so you don't actually have to individually add them. So for this name, how does puzzle piece read? Oh, well, I'll just read tarot. Oh. What are these called? All fall down. The other game was a lot less, had a lot less fun in it. It was much less friendly, I guess. Might still get made, but it'll get made in Unreal Engine if it gets made, probably. Maybe not, though. If I build a cool enough engine for RPGMaker that I could just build on top of, you know, maybe I'll just do that. Alright, so in this case, I'm just going to put all fall down into the actual command here. Oh, well, you know, it would really help if I made it a string too, because all fall down is not a variable. And then whatever 284 is. Puzzle pieces found. What do I define 284 as? This one only had one array, I think, and it pushed whenever it a puzzle piece was actually captured, it added it to that array, and that's what it's pulling off of. How does it put those in the array, though? Let's see. Well, let's figure out how it puts it in the array. All right. At least my title screen's cool for it. Oh, that's right. This game needs a controller. All this because I want to see how it looks in the array so I know what to make a copy of. For the other game. Whatever. It'll work. Okay. Perfect. I broke a whole bunch of levels in this anyway, and I needed to fix them if I was ever going to use this again, but yeah, just in case you ever need some idea for what you can do with the particles, that's also particles for the water. And for the little thing below it where the water's hitting the thing. Yep. Just need to pull a couple puzzle pieces over. Too lazy to fight, I don't care. That loop. It was 284. Ah, okay. Listed as those puzzle pieces found to 284. I'm gonna go ahead and just screenshot that so I'm gonna leave it open. Nice. After I'm gonna do that off there because it will screenshot the other screen too. Okay, I don't need that anymore. So why is it doing TT and a number? Oh, it's just whatever's added. Okay, so I should have picked a shorter name. How unfortunate. All right, well. Let array equal. Let name equal. What was the name? Name was all fall. Puzzle all fall down. Well, how exciting. I guess I could write a for loop really fast and do this way too. Whatever. I believe that's how the syntax is on push. Let's see. Okay, it's actually in parentheses. Okay. And in this case, we put I. Alright, so it's actually create the array there. It'll go to 22, push all those in there, and then we're going to put array here. And then we're going to watch it all go pop. Sure, I could have just written it out where, you know, I put 22 of those little things in there. Like, no. Do a for loop. It's way better. We'll see if my syntax was correct or if I botched something on that for loop. I probably did. I'll put them on the screen so it shouldn't matter where I'm at. I hate that little issue with the seams there. I have to figure something out about that. Well, that did nothing. Always a good sign. Unexpected token. This is exactly why I usually don't like coding directly in RM's editor. Because syntax is the arch nemesis that defeats all programmers at some point or another. But I can just dump it in here and it'll be fine. Do a quick test here. Oh, I'm dumb. That's what I did. Plus 10 to is dumb. You're not separated with commas. All that does is define a bunch of variables. Well, I was sort of close on the syntax. This is why I have Visual Studio Code to just tell me all these things, or I would just never know. Okay. Hmm. I had to do that. Fair enough. I know that's what the event got, and then puzzle menu here. Get all this information so I know what's going on. At that point. Oops. Oh, wait a second. think I might have seen the problem already. I think I'll check that. Yep, right there. I was telling you to get rid of him, not add him. I need to rewrite this so it's got descriptive variables. Some sort of anything. I don't know why I wrote it like this. I mean, I know why I did. It was like 2+ years ago, and I knew less about JavaScript then. Just enough to get myself in trouble. And then, let's see. Alright, I made big changes to that. Fair enough. Ooh. And what's happened here? All fall down 18 failed to load. Because it says in the items tarot, which is not what I want. And that is because I didn't change that. Puzzle pieces. My image plugin wants to know where everything's at. As long as it's in the image folder, doesn't, you just have to tell it where it's at in the image folder. I could make it where it doesn't require the image folder. I don't know. All fall down _4. Of course that's the case, right? No? It's missing the word puzzle in front of it. Didn't like that one either, huh? Why don't you like that one? Where are you looking? Most people are curious. SRC is where the image is at. If you go through all this crap that's attached to an image, it's SRC that gives you the actual thing there. And it's all the way at the bottom. You have to actually click the little dots to show it, or won't even show it. Items tarot. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why do we got items tarot? Where'd you break at? Where'd you run? Is there an issue with the actual random tarot card that appears on the title screen that I haven't changed the code for in like a million years, and it's just there because I thought it was kind of cool? Is that the issue? How about you don't run that? Okay, whatever it is broke that. Fair enough. Works for me. That was just a dopey little thing that was there anyway. So I might do something with it in the future, I don't know. Come on, where are you at? Alright, what happened? Okay, so the event says this. Yeah, you know, I deserved that one. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I was just dumb. Oh wait, I did it on this one. I need to actually just spawn her in instead of having it be different for each one. I'll probably do that. Yeah, you see this little part here where I just put I there and didn't actually make it a variable? Yeah, don't do that. Otherwise it actually just adds I. Of course it's going to come out incorrect at that point. I'm smart. Totally. After the fact. We'll figure out why it does that. Or put a thing in between them so that it doesn't matter. Okay. Hey, look, there it is. I mean, it's tiny and not very good, but there it is. Oh my god. It's a start. Code successfully recycled. Yeah. I suspect I've got better numbers in here, right? It was status menu for this one. Actually, I suspect it was those. Yeah. You know not how annoying it is to sit there and try to figure out the actual numbers on this stuff. If you can avoid it in any way, shape, or form, you want to, since you can't see it unless you're actually doing it. There's just nothing you do about it. You just got to be real sad and manually do it. This is placed more like a status menu thing, which means that it's going to be over to the side a bit. I'll have to figure out where it is in relation to the picture. I suspect there's going to be a whole lot of messing with it. I also need to do it in relation to the event, so I need to figure out about where the event is and then go from there. The good news is the event's always going to be in the same location for this. Approximately the center. Hopefully I set the center. I mean, I don't know, I moved the image down, so maybe not. What I'll do to discover the center is I'll give it a tiny collider, and I'll turn the collider on and see where it's at. That'll give me an idea what I need to work with. Ah! Well, it's almost perfect. I mean, other than the whole missing for the images thing, kind of awkward. Often larger to a bigger size. Hmm. Well, that's a weird way to do the array. Why did it come out like that? I gave all the locations. That part worked fine. But I think I see the obvious problem here. There are 25 pieces in my oh so smart code. Stopped at 22 for some reason. "22" actually gave... What's the result there? 22 space. Okay, that's perfect. I have to add 1. Because puzzle 0, it's 0 is not a number for it. I have to add 1 to the number, the result. So we just start at 1. Yeah, because it stops at 21, so I need to do 25. Those are the actual numbers I need. I could make I equals 25 as well, I suppose. Or less than or equals 25. That's also an option. Whatever. What are these numbers? E2. I was using them. Well, I don't really need to play with those numbers yet because I'm going to have to rework this in order to put it in relation to that anyway. So the location portion is going to need a rework, but one thing at a time. Oh, I should have put a hitbox on the event. Oops. There we go. All my pieces are assembled and everything. Now to get them in relation to that event there. Alright, well, job 1. Actually, I'm too lazy to type this, so I'm just going to go ahead and steal the collider off the Annie Bell. I guess that collider's big enough. Doesn't super matter, I suppose. Time for some quick maths. Okay, so that's the actual spot for the event. That's going to be exciting. No, I wish it was more equidistant than that. That's going to suck. I mean, does it have to suck? Let's see. I guess the Y just has to be a set number and then X has to be a set number. So I could just have 2 different arrays and then just run through the Y array, and then as a sub for loop of that I have the or nested for loop I could have the X array. It goes through those. Runs through all those and then goes to the next Y. Now I pretty much just need to figure out what the base numbers are to find like these pieces here, these three. Once I have these three, then it can easily make all of them. Because they'll be pretty equidistant all the way down. Well, actually, counter idea. If I have this position here, then I can just add an equal number to each of those, and then an equal number going down for those as well. And the only thing is I just got to find this initial location. Okay, it's not a bad thing. But here's the thing. I'm not sure how many images how it will handle that many images strapped to it. I mean, we're about to find out. It'll probably be fine. My plugin's really, really good at what it does. After all, this character here is 30 images every single second. She's 30 images every single second. So, I mean, right off the bat, that's 60 images a second between these two characters. And there are 466 by 320, I believe, for each frame. It shouldn't be a problem. Okay, well, let's look at this. We're not using that. That's jank from the other one. Do I have an option for where it starts at? Y equals Puzzco 2? Why did I name it Puzzco? What the hell is that supposed to be? Probably puzzle and then something. I don't know what the co is yet, but sure. Puzzco 0 is X. So then what is Y like, or is the Puzzco 1? Oh, that's how much you add to each one. Okay. All right. I'm seeing it. Okay, well, this needs event ID attached to it if that's the case. This needs a new toy on it. I usually write these to be objects, so I don't need to remember all this crap, but here we are. So, yeah, just the ID is fine. And then I'm going to make note of these things because my memory is pretty bad at 4:59 a.m. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Not my best time, no. Guess it's easy to remember. And now I have that noted. Let's play a little game, and the game is pretty much almost like actually more like horseshoes, I think, if anything. I'm just gonna throw all the puzzle pieces in places and hope they land close to where they're supposed to be. Pretty much, yeah. Just a quick double check. What is this? Oh, no. Location. No, it's size. Okay, plus goes right there, so. And size, width is first, and height, that makes sense. They're really tiny previous. Really tiny. I'm going to save these numbers because I might want to do something very in relation to them. I keep a notepad open to just keep track of all these weird things, because you never know. Saves a lot of time and effort finding things later. I might want them to be true to size, right? Let's say they're like 400 and... Okay, wait. Let's just double these numbers. Start from there. So 406 and 230. Kind of a bizarre size for them, though. They seem like they're not really true to size at all. And then... Well, whatever I want to do, I want to double these. That's true. The starting location doesn't seem like it necessarily is wrong. No, it is wrong. Let's see. What I'm actually looking for... This is where I hate the editor having a tiny little window. We're going to do it this way. How far over do I think that is? Let's see. Each of the things there, how spaced are they? Hit okay on that for a second. These are spaced at, I believe, 20 apart, which means that the picture's probably, well, it's not the full 20. I guess we'll start with 60, so minus 480. For those people keeping track, px and py that I'm using are variables introduced by Q movement. They report the exact pixel location. Otherwise, it's like the x times 48 or something like that. Yeah, it's like game map x times 48. Roughly. I mean, because then you still don't have an actual true pixel at that point, because it's still going to be a variation of 48. But it takes a lot to write a whole plugin system. Probably not that worth it. This one's going to be up maybe like 8 of them. Maybe. Ugh. 384. And then also this needs to say yloc. That's just become my default thing that I enter for purposes of doing X and Y locations, because I would overuse X and Y, and it just kind of, well, I overuse X actually. Rather than have it potentially overwrite things, I just use that as my location thingies. Also, it's often easier to read because, you know, X's could just be anything. That's not going to work. Let's see. The event we're talking about here is number 2. I could have her check the array for which one she's nearby and then swap that event in. Because she already has code to check to see which painting she's by, if she's by a painting at all, otherwise she can't talk to you. To stop her from talking through walls. So in theory, if I wanted to have her assemble all the pictures, I could. Might be how I do it. I don't know. Puzzle menu. Hmm. That did not do as intended. Well, my event array is correct. It did ring true 25 times. However, this number looks a lot like it's, well, kind of in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. This number looks okay though, right? Why is this insane? 4,000 appears to be kind of pretty far in. That should put it... Well, let's see. The first one would be at 3,200. That'll be 48. I should put it at 67. That's actually fine. Because there really is, 256 spaces, so grid spaces, so that should go to a stupid number. Okay. Didn't put it on an event over here, did it? Oh. Well, you see, I added this whole other parameter on here. And you know what I just forgot to do? Just tell it to use that parameter. I'm just saying, it might have been a good idea. Also, I currently have it defaulted to be at layer 262, which would have made them visible, but nah. About 0. You can sit at 0. Where they all actually put in dialogue for all these characters. Okay, well that did not do what I wanted at all. This is event 2, right? Yeah. Right, theme is a thing here. Let me double check that. Why is theme on there? Theme's not required anywhere. It's just location and then that, right? Where does look go? Look goes to there. No, it doesn't. Where does this use that? It's not used. Like at all. Oh, no, right down here. Oh. Well, that shouldn't affect anything. It just doesn't make use of it, but it doesn't matter. But no, layer look right there. It does use it. Okay, that should be right. Wait for a second. Hmm. Did I make a change to my plugin command that would change that? Hmm. It's not going to stay in there. I don't care about that, but let's see what it's handing the image plugin. Make certain it's handing the right thing to it. So every time I'm about to release that image plugin, I add something new to it. I'm working on giving it the ability to create shadows for things too. It'll almost be its own lighting system at some point. Not quite though, it's missing a certain feature that just makes it not quite a lighting system. Alright, and what happened? Any one of these should be perfectly fine. And by any one, I mean... Oh no. If you want to see how many objects this thing is loading at any given time, all you need to do is look at that, because all these images are just... Here are the puzzle pieces, but all these other images are next to each other. Those are just the characters being loaded that fast. Why is there no name? Right? Because these have a name. They have a location. Of course there's no name because, well, wait, they would have to have some sort of name. But the name's not included, that's right. The name is actually a separate thing. That's right, OBJ is just the various settings. But the way I have the command and you do the name separate, because you need the name, you don't need the rest of it. EID 2 should be there. Hmm. Also need to change the opacity because I don't really want it to be a 0.7. True. It doesn't really find anything wrong per se. I guess this could be behind something, I suppose. We'll go back to like 260 or something like that. That seems like a good number. We're just gonna make it 1. I don't want its opacity to be anything besides 1. Well, I think I don't want it to be less than 1, but maybe I will at some point want it to be something different. I don't know. And it is actually saying it doesn't change anywhere in the middle of this, right? No, it does not. Hmm. 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 Just to double check. It will attach to the screen, right? Like it's fine with that. Hmm. Oh, just gotta be a little farther to be able to talk. I get the feeling it's just positioning them so far away somehow. Like it doesn't go where I think it's going. Oh my gosh, the number of images that are loaded. Did it even do that? It should have said true through it a bunch of times, right? Did you not load it? Try again? Here we go. Why is height at 230? Is that what I told it? Oh, I did? Wait, no, height is it's not the Z, it's the actual height of the image itself, the physical dimensions of it. We'll test right here. That seems reasonable. Yeah, it's 6,000. Okay, guess I won't do PY. 500, that seems reasonable. Hmm. Hmm. You know that works. The question is just where this is. If you can't find the answer, just keep putting console logs at every step of the way until you see where the information breaks. Hopefully you don't got to put it literally every step, but there have been a couple of times where I've just gone down the list where I'll just put a number after each and every one for each and every line until I see it stop. I remember one particular thing where it took me, I think, like 2 hours to figure out that it was just an if was failing, and it just wasn't actually doing either side of the if. Boggled my mind. I was like, but it has to do one, but it wouldn't always do it. It was an inconsistent error. Those are the worst. Those seem reasonable. I could do math.round on those. Maybe that's a problem. We already know the array works out. Goes into here, does that information there, looks fine. Looks just fine to me. Should put it on event 7, okay, and then it just tells you the names of things, sure. Acceptable. These are the locations it spits out. I think I know the problem. I'm gonna do a quick double check though. I think I know the exact issue. Yeah, it's basing it on that. What it's really trying to do is grid space like 3000 and stuff like that. I didn't really work this to work with Q movement. Though I should have. Alright, well if that's the case. Originally, when I wrote this, it was designed to put it on the screen, so it didn't care. It was always putting it on the screen, either as a tiny menu in the corner to show you where you've already gotten, or as something in the menu. It was never designed to put it on a picture. But there is an option here. I could try to just simply spawn events at each of those, and then it would also work. I may have to update my image plugin to understand how to do this as well, instead of having the other option. Yeah, it's true, I could do that. You could have just done, I guess, base it off regular grid spaces too. I mean, because the base starting point really doesn't matter that much. It wouldn't be completely perfect, but if I made it slightly larger and just put it behind everything, it would be fine. Maybe I'll do that in a second rather than get all fancy. Oh, fancy. The character would like to run over here. Fair enough. Boom. There we go. Well, it's not strapped to the event, first of all. That does suck. Oh, it is strapped to the event. It's strapped to her. Duh. She's just pulling it with her. She's like, yep. This is my life now. I push this puzzle around. The whole thing. Well. One step closer to greatness. Or whatever passes for greatness when you're making an RM game. I'm going to do this, so if I want to change it later, or recycle the code, I need only change the variable at the top. And trust me, I fully intend to recycle this code like crazy. Make no mistake about it. There will be much recycling. Where did that shrink down? I don't know. Come on. I learned to write my own save system. Then I can write out the Vichycella save system that I was using. The only VS plugin I'm using, well, I got that in the core thing because you have to. But I'd kind of like to get rid of it if I could. Oh, there you go. It's now in location, and that it is stuck to this event. It is obviously super far off of the right location. It's also way too big. It's a start. Well, first things first, I'd like it to be at negative 13 probably. I want it pretty far down there. And then maybe I get a little less fancy on this one here. Get a lot less fancy. Why do I even have parentheses around this at all? Where did it go? Oh, I see. Okay, well, why there? I'm gonna scroll way up. And that's how many images that before it just gave up. It loaded in that brief period of time since I put the puzzle menu up. Right, well, we need to make a change here because the visual plugin is basically an animal. It doesn't care how many images it loads. Like, I got this. No problem. No problem indeed. It does not care one bit. I forgot to save that. That's the thing to note. I wrote this. What did I put there? What numbers is it coming up with? Actually, also while I'm doing this. Actually, this already console logs both those, so now they've made that change. I need to write an extra thing in my image plugin so it understands pixels. Only if you're using Q movement, but still, good enough. Well, let me see. $60 and 2 are where it should have started. I don't need that array anymore. I can get rid of that. The spacing seems fine. Like this, I think is good. This works here. The issue is just this. Is the issue that? I mean, it says it's at 60 and 2. It's not at 60 and 2. Right? It's at 50. Let's double check here. I want to make certain I'm getting the right thing here. It's at 70. Is that in the wrong direction? I do that periodically. Hmm. It's just the initial base location is wrong. I might be completely underestimating just how far I need to move it. That's probably it. No, thankfully I have today off, so I can pretty much just sit here and stream until I decide to fall over. This is a very good thing. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Oh, she wants to walk back there. Kind of want to move her up one because when Papa gets close, then she seems much shorter. I guess I could make her just shorter. Also, Papa does have a hat. That did not seem to move it at all. That's interesting. Why didn't it move it? Why didn't it move it at all? I mean, it moved it 10 pixels over. I mean, it looks like they're next to each other pretty much. It's not even pushed up against the event either. Just out of curiosity. I really should just rewrite this to be not based on what it was, or change how my visual plugin actually can deal with these things. Give it the option to deal with those that way. Right. I think I have an idea. This was 340 and 200. All right, that's what my notes had. Yeah. like minus like 300. We'll just see where that puts it. It appears to be moving at pixels anyway. I'm not sure what weird convoluted math made it move at pixels at that point, but you know, it being 5:41 a.m., I'm not going to figure that one out right now. I'll just take the solution that works. At this point, I got to be pretty into it to want to edit that image plugin because it's getting pretty complex. I don't really want to open that unless I got to. Ah, there we go. We're getting closer. We just move it over. Yeah, it's just pixels. Doesn't care. Somehow the event minus, the game FX minus 600 put it there. So we're going to need probably another like 400. These puzzle pieces are way too big. The other ones are going to be the right size. These are just placeholders from the other game anyway. You had slightly larger paintings. It was the one that came with the idea for the paintings. Try that and see if that puts it in a good enough location. It's still going to make puzzle piece events as well. Well, it's actually about the right area. It's just they're huge, so they go a bit off, but overall, they can be a little closer together now they're placed. We'll go like that, I guess, and we'll maybe knock this down to 395 or something. Put them a little closer. I also need to vastly reduce the particles in the background of this map. Get rid of that weird weather effect. They seem like they're farther apart, not closer. Still, they are there. I just get puzzle pieces that can add to the array, and I also need to get this so they are a little more accurate in their location, but the image plugin has no problem doing all this, whereas that particle plugin can't even put 3 things on there without an issue. And it's like, I got 25 images right here for you, no problem. And 60 FPS. Oh, I guess a slight wobble. Still. So they're actually farther apart now. That's weird. Why are they farther apart? What's the actually I'm putting in here? The locations is not bad. It's how much it adds. What I subtracted from that number? Wouldn't they be closer? How am I? I took it out from the wrong numbers. I was supposed to take it from those. Oops. Okay, I need that. So, Can I undo it back to the right numbers? Sure can. Nice. What I wanted to do was move them a little closer like that. Should close the other version. That's much better. They're almost all on there too, and once they're the right size, it would be fine. I do have a mass imagery sizer I could use, but I'm not that concerned about that right now. Well, I guess I have her do the assemble the puzzle, so I guess I need to actually set it up so that she's got an event to the code to do any of them. It would make sense if she was the one assembling all the pieces too, because it's on the other side of glass. So how would the player even reach in there to do that? Of course, the player gets to go through the glass in order to visit the places anyway. So I guess I don't want to apply too much logic to it, but yeah. I guess I don't really need that puzzle menu thing. I could just remove that and just have it where it's, I just tell it what it is. If I did that and told it the location, I wouldn't need to actually have a whole extra thing for it. Of course, the reason I have that is actually because when you collect the pieces, I have it set to recycle the same events for all of them. I use it for the tarot cards, but I also used it for the puzzle things in the other game. Basically, they'll be no different than tarot cards in how they're handled. They'll just have a different image. I mean, I guess it'll be different when you go with here with them, but otherwise, it basically will be the same code. Can I just recycle those events also for that? Is that possible? That might be kind of challenging. It might be easier just to make another group of the events and have their own separate. I'm not sure which would actually be easier per se. I'd have to have a way to tell it which one was which from the start. So when they first run through their code, they know if they were a tarot card or a puzzle piece. It's a little hard to do usually. There needs to be some sort of marker somewhere. Like I could have a switch that said one or the other, or a variable, a global variable that did it. Well, that means during the generation it would have to do that, and then when the things respawn due to the bubble memory manager thing, it would have to do it again. I don't think that's going to be particularly easy. That memory manager makes a lot of things harder than it needs to be. Like, without it, the game wouldn't run. So it's fine here. I don't really use the memory manager here except for to do the background, because the space background would be too much for RM to run all by itself. Wouldn't even need the rest of it. It's already, I don't know, hundreds of particles. I guess I'm just making separate pieces. Do I just make 25 of them? I guess that's what I do. More collectibles, yay! I don't know why I had him in this shape, but I'm gonna leave him in that shape. On table collectible runs to NPC 1. What does NPC 1 exactly read for that? Oh, there you go. It just reads that. How convenient. Collectible does nothing there. But it runs everything in order to build itself right here. These two things need to be different. The puzzle piece and then, even though the command is puzzle piece, which is what assembling them. Well, no, because it's based on the map. It would have to be different. I would have to literally tell it what it was. Some first name, last name. I'm glad you like it. Figure if nothing else, I'm a good background noise most of the time, just chatting away and listening to music, doing really weird things in RPGMaker that probably shouldn't be done. But yeah, if there's an easier way to do this, the I don't know, making 25 more events just seem kind of ridiculous. But the memory manager is very hard to work with if you don't define what something is to start with. Like if you try to recycle events too much. There's a reason why I have 25 of these events here, and the only difference between each of them is apparently I can't get the page over here. The only difference is largely what piece number is defined. That's it. A few places it defines that, and otherwise it's the same event. That's the big difference. I tried to come up with another way to do it, but the problem is every time they're wiped away by the memory manager and then put back, it would be a different number, so I couldn't guarantee they were the same. Unless there was some sort of the memory manager itself would have to place that number in order for it to work. There's no other way I can think of how it would do it. I don't think I really want it to do that. Be incredible if it did, though. I could eliminate so many events because so many of the events are really just the same recycled code with a slight number difference. That's it. That's the big difference. Oh, except for in the case of these, they have a different collider. That I couldn't recycle on, but these ones I totally could. Well, let's start with just the first one, and we're going to end up cloning this, but that one's called Puzzle Piece. Right, well, I need to differentiate these somehow. Why let them all as puzzle piece? I have no idea. I misclicked there and got the wrong thing. Nice. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of monotonous tasks that go on during this. Just pretty much how it is, I guess. There's only 22 of these events in the first place, so I guess there's only 22 tarot cards, so. Um, hmm. 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 I guess it just needs its own spawn table. That's awkward because I use the name puzzle for each of these. I think I can recycle these though. I really do. Hmm. Maybe not entirely. Yeah, I gotta set up the image thingy too. Right, well. Hmm. Hmm. Only these. I can do that. Did I hit the wrong key? What? Tiny keyboard is tiny, evidently. This new keyboard's a little smaller, but... Oh, I could have hit there. Weird. Escape's way too far away. Oh, well. Oh, never mind. I was aiming for a tilde key, and I hit the escape key on that. I could probably just do an else on this. I don't know how many things are going to recycle this, but probably not many. Those behaviors can be exactly the same. I don't care. Actually, I already have puzzle numbers there. Right now they're using the tarot cards instead, but they're not actually set to really change the numbers particularly, I don't think. Or maybe I did set it up like that. I might have. Did I? I don't know. Well. Oh, never mind, I have tarots right here. Fight the warrior push to 234. What is 234 exactly? Wait, what? Why are we pushing to 234? Bizarre one. I don't know, it's just pulling from it. What am I thinking? Collectible array. Change up the music here. I was going to expand upon this system anyway. And I do already have puzzle areas that are defined, I guess, so that's something. I basically just need to go through the entire system I have set up for the tarot cards and then just duplicate it for puzzle pieces, but instead have a new set of variables set and then have those all defined as well as arrays, which I probably already did. It's like I was intending to do this a while ago and then I just didn't finish, is what I guess happened. I don't know. Oh yeah, look at this. I just went through and defined it all. No problem. Well, that just saves a bunch of time, doesn't it? Wonderful. I'll have to have more puzzles later, but for the first version of this game, there will not be that many areas because it's just a. Well, I keep saying it's just a prototype, and then the prototype gets more and more complicated. It's becoming one of the most awkward prototypes ever. Like, what was supposed to have a. I think feature creep is a problem here. I might go more Zelda-like. I think. I don't know if I really want to go as level-centric and everything. Try to balance a bunch of crazy numbers. I really do want it to be just more unique gameplay and less number crunching. Some more meaningful upgrades. I could have you still gain levels, I guess. I don't know. But for this, I don't think I really have to change too much. Well, that's incorrect. I might have to change something. They can both recycle piece number. I don't care about that. On table puzzle is that, and then NPC 1. Well, let's do what we do for NPC 1, I guess. And go from there. Define piece twice, can't do that. Oh, the let. I'm fine with the first three. I'm fine with the fifth one. What I'm not fine with is puzzle piece. 227. This needs to have an area. So collectible name. What does that say when you enter a level? Need to figure this out. I might just write a different function entirely for theirs, so I don't have to worry about it. Or I could just expand upon the other one and just have you define whether or not it's a tarot card or a puzzle piece. Well, the tarot cards don't even change. They could just always be defined as a tarot card. Let me know which that one goes to. A drugged out Teddy. One day you will do something, I don't know what. We will go in this one for reasons. Ooh, what's here? All fall down. That's good to know. I done broke something. Guess it makes sense. I did remove that one tarot card from the other thing because it was broken. Alright, well... Okay. Why is it coming up with puzzle all fall down on those? The only place I was told to even use that was in, if you talk to Tinka and she uses the thing to summon them, that's it. Nowhere else even tells you to do that. Okay. That is interesting. So, goes MC1 does collectible. And collectible would be where it would define this stuff here. DM items that. Puzzle piece. 7 puzzle piece I looked at here. Puzzle number, puzzle piece says which name, and the map name is whatever it wants to be. The 227 is in fact tarot. You guess we're console logging some stuff again. All right. All right, indeed. Actually. Let's see where it gets to here. Where my code has failed me. think this one will actually go into a level that I can play. Find out. Okay. Hasn't exploded yet. There are no tarot cards. Not a one. This is not a function. Oops. Ironically, my error prevents the other error from happening. The game doesn't crash. Of course, I don't have any tarot cards, but yeah, whatever. No error so far. Boom. What happened? Alright, so with X18 we were all good. But then at 101 it returned that. Why is that the case? I'm sorry, 1001. 1001 Dalmatian errors. Oh, ho, ho, ho. So what was happening is the way the way switch command works is if you don't put a break in there, it just executes the next one. So it was turning it map name to tarot with the underscore, and then I'll call down to turn into this set. It just ran the next one. Alright, this should fix the problem. I'd say, I mean, I didn't really change all that much. The fact that I somehow created an error was very surprising. There they are. No problem. We good like that. Oh yes. One of these days I need to figure out how to make the map just spawn around the player. Right now I'm just multiplying their position so I get this. But because of that, I'm limited in how big the overall game map can be because I don't want this map to be so big. So I haven't been able to figure out the right math for it though. There's just something that's just not right. Like I can get the player at base position, obviously that's easy, but everything in relation to it has not panned out very well at all. Alright, well that was exciting. All right, so with that working, I guess now we go to page 1 here. Well, let's get rid of all these console logs. I don't need those anymore. Don't get rid of these. You're just going to find all these weird console logs later and forget where they're at. It's terrible. Not too bad if you forget in the in your plugins, because they it tells you which line they're on. But if you forget them in RM, it sucks. Guess we need to write a function that that tells it which one it is. I guess for now it doesn't have to do that. It doesn't need to. I'll write it later. Otherwise I fall down a rabbit hole of having to write all these additional code thingies that are just gonna, might not even be necessary by the end of it. I mean, I'm gonna need something to differentiate them. So I can recycle the same 25 things for all puzzle pieces. Well, assuming 25 is the number I'm gonna use. It's either gonna be 16, 25, or I guess I don't have to have an equal number. So it could actually be like, 6 by 4 or something, in which case 32 puzzle pieces is an option. I could have a puzzle mini game to assemble them though. That would be kind of fun, maybe. Bonus points if you could actually rotate the pieces, though. That might be a little challenging. I think you would just drag them to places and then try to put them in place, and if they were in the right place, then it would work. I think I'd probably do that by having I probably assign a variable for which position they are supposed to be in, and then have a common event or even just a plugin command that sits there and checks that variable against a relative position. It's always fixed because I'm probably going to position it, within relation to a specific base event, just like I'm doing for the pictures. And then I'll just check proximity to each of those locations. So if you happen to have, if that event ever gets within that location, you hit the button, then it puts it in the right spot. Yeah, maybe a puzzle thing is about to happen at some point. Well, it won't happen right now. That's probably a plan for like tomorrow night or something. Well, I guess tomorrow morning is the case. Maybe it's 6:25 a.m. here, so yeah, I wouldn't want to get into that right now. That's definitely tomorrow's plan. Yeah, that's a thought. Not a bad idea. Actually, it's not terribly dissimilar from how I did the menu. Because the menu just checks screen position, your location to a certain screen position. Since you're locked into a particular screen, it's just building the status menu on top of wherever you're at. Okay, so we do this here. Seems reasonable. Same. There's tarot. Oh yeah, gotta do that. Gotta do that. So I don't have to have this over and over because that seems stupid. Actually, come to think of it, that is stupid. Don't delete the replace, that would be also stupid. If I'm going to use the same thing over and over in all of them, then I might as well just have it defined at the top so I don't have to recycle code like that. In this case, the Z's are all in pretty similar locations, so let me go ahead and do this really fast here. Let's just fix my code. I should have copy pasted this after the fact, but I did not. I don't want float. That's not something I want. And then it just redefines it down later if it's not going to be the same, so that's fine. All float does is make it kind of just wobble around and everything like that. It's kind of like slowly rotating in a random direction. And change shrinks them. This doesn't need to change at all, right? It's already exactly the same. I didn't even need any of that. Okay. Well, that got a lot easier of code, didn't it? I'm not even using that as a thing, but that's okay. Let's do the same thing here. It's always a lot easier if I don't have to change code more than once. Kind of makes me wonder why I have these in the first place if they're basically the same. I guess I just didn't want to have them do the float. That's probably it. Oh, I know why. Wait, why doesn't puzzle or replace have change on it? Did I delete that by accident and not notice? No. Yeah, this is just for the tarot minigame, so I'll probably want the same for the other. Yeah. Probably indeed. Let's save all on that. So that's puzzle pieces there. And the variant is just going to be whatever the number is. And on here, it just needs to be puzzle. Okay, let's do a quick test with this event then. So 308. Let's toss it in the pool and see what happens. Not going to work very well at the moment, but that's okay. Wait a minute, am I going to do it like that? Or I think I just want to have a certain number of them. I'm not that picky, so we'll do this. I'll spawn 40 of them, that's fine. They can have a thing of 1. And they will be event 308. don't even have an Attic 6 yet. There they are. Well, listen, they were... At least they spawned. Of course, that's where the last I actually started doing the events. Okay, so what did this do? Why this? Hmm. 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 Tried to find it in the tarot, it did. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not the best choice. Not the best choice at all. No. No, indeed. It's probably a later page that does it. I don't think it's that page that does it at all. Because I'm recycling puzzle. I didn't bother to do the other pages, so let's do that now. I was right here. Well, I don't really care about those right now. I'll deal with it later on that, but let's see, I need this. I'll have to change all the bookkeeping variables, but other than that, at least the basics will work fine. And close the previous one. Oops. Like in another 8.5 minutes, I'm probably going to end up calling it quits because it is 6:37 a.m. and, well, I hate seeing the sunrise. Actually, I'd make it 7 hours streaming. Not too bad. Looks like tomorrow night I'm almost certainly going to make a puzzle mini game. Where you put the puzzle pieces together and put an actual puzzle together. Oh, see, perfect, nice. I mean, the bookkeeping's totally wrong on it, but nice. Because they're just treating them as the tarot cards. I'll probably move the counter from this thing in the corner there. Because I want the tarot cards to be a quest. Okay, well, those aren't set as important. They're just set to spawn a million of them. I don't think I need to change anything else on these. I think that's pretty much it. I'm just going to recycle puzzles, so... By that standard, I think I can go ahead and make them all, and then be really sad when I have to make a change in every single one of them. I mean, I gotta make initial changes, sure, but... I gotta make this change where I change the puzzle piece number on every single one of them. Also change it up here. That's 4 and 6 that have to be changed. Nope, it's just 4. So 1 and 4. Aggressively hitting the keys on this one, just slamming them, apparently. Oops, I forgot to change 4, didn't I? No, I didn't. Good. Honestly, I'll probably actually stop the second I actually see all of these successfully spawn in a level. I ain't gonna worry about the bookkeeping. That's fine. I just want to see them all spawn in a level, and then I'll worry about the other stuff later. I gotta rewrite the bookkeeping system anyway. I say that because I think it'll take a little longer than the original time I stated, so. Gotta qualify this. It might be longer than I think. I realize I'm at my standing desk this entire time for 7 hours of standing. It didn't really bother me. I was just standing for 7 hours. Just good. It's better than sitting hunched over at the desk for 7 hours, so. Yay, standing desk. I can just copy paste that one, whatever. Oops. I can almost just leave the stream running the whole time and let people vote on the music that isn't terrible for me. I wonder if people would. There's so many to go through, and I really need to just start deleting all the ones that are like, ugh. Did I miss a number? Did I mess up? 22, 23. Nope, I did not mess up. Testament to how tired I am. The fact that I was like, did I miss? I had to look back, even though it literally happened just a few seconds ago. And now I need the all the event numbers involved there. It actually looks like it's just sequential all the way up to 332. God, there's a lot of events on this thing. All right, so 38 to 332. These are now important events. It was 332, right? Yes. All right, moment of truth on this one. Did I mess something up and all that? Very possible. As we've seen so far tonight, it's usually random little syntax errors that I mess up on that can really sidetrack me. Sometimes it's just logic errors, though. Also, the systems are getting so complicated that, well, this still is my favorite thing all night. Yeah, like little logic errors from all these one function to the next can just cause some real problems. Nice, nice. And tarot cards, yes. That's what we want. It's beautiful. Look at all those collectibles. You can't even see the various map blocks particularly well because there's just so many collectibles. But there'll be a lot less tarot cards probably. Unfortunately, I would really test and see if they've all spawned correctly, but usually the gun spawner is very good at what it does. And since it can successfully spawn all the tarot cards, I'm going to go ahead and assume that it can also successfully spawn all of another list too. Same code. Cool. And my quest person works. Wow, these levels get more and more complicated. Okay, whatever's going on there is bad news. Bad juju. Yes. I've decided that it was Fortuna here. She was sitting there messing with it. She is the tarot card keeper, so she can do all kinds of things with them, I'm sure. Obnoxious puzzles that I really suck at. She's good at those. Apparently. Hmm. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it there for tonight. It's been great and all, but, well, it is 6:50 a.m. and I should be sleeping. So, thanks for listening, all of you, and watching. If you're interested, tomorrow, pretty much around the same time, same beginning time, I'm going to pretty much continue putting those puzzle things into the actual systems. They represent something, and then I'm going to make a puzzle minigame out of them, assuming I don't just break the first thing. So if that excites you, check back tomorrow. Otherwise, catch everyone later. Have a wonderful night, evening, morning, or whatever. Imaginary Villain, signing out. Later.